from the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
We know you missed us, that's why we're back real quick. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Love Challenger Series, powered by ZOTAC and Crucial. Scan the QR code down below to grab your own can of Red Bull and be ready, because we have a banger of our map in our lower
Yes, we do.
bracket matchup. M42 against
Mhm.
RGE, exactly what we've been waiting for.
Oof. I mean, after our earlier match day at 4 p.m., which was our upper bracket matchup, reckoning up against Revenant Esports, and Revenant really taking a riveting victory right there. 13-4 on the first map, 13-5 on the second map. They secured the best of the best of three without any issues whatsoever, without any hassles. Reckoning Esports, couple of faults there. They've had about an hour and a half, say more or less, to go over whatever happened in that previous best of three, and to make sure those mistakes don't happen again, to make sure they return to their former self in order to keep their hopes of staying in the Challenger Series alive. And there is another team that is fighting for the same reason. That is going to be M42 Esports. They were knocked down into the lower brackets, and now they've still been managing their way, through and through with it. And they've had a couple of wins. It's been really close, the matchups they have played. So even the side of M42, I wouldn't say they are shaky, unlike Reckoning right now, who are obviously suffering the loss of the previous BO3. But hopefully the likes of their opposition can perform better, and the players can give the best performances. Now, speaking of the players who have given the best performances overall in the Challenger Series, let's bring up the MVP standings and take a look at the four players who have dealt the most amount of metaphorical and literal damage to their opposition. And once more, not much has changed in the standings than when we saw it earlier. Deathmaker still sitting with 103 kills, average combat score 276.5. We've got then Rexy from Enigma. Raw Fuel from Enigma is sitting on spot number 4. And today, for the second time, we'll be seeing Bad Love. He had a couple of tech issues earlier. He wasn't there for a couple of the rounds in our previous matchup, but now he'll be there fully to make sure that he'll be at his best.
For sure, man. A chance for him yet again to maybe find improvement. That's been the tale of RGE, right? Been finding improvement through in and throughout the last year. Continued it this year, and they need a better result from the
Yeah.
Challenger Series. This is a matchup where, at least in my mind, I feel like Reckoning Esports have somewhat of an upper hand, considering their trajectory, considering the tangent they've been on for the past few months. I feel like with M42, it's a proving ground, right? This is their
Right.
chance to then prove to the rest of the world that if they take down a team like RGE, this new face of M42 indeed might be one to fear. And talking about fear, talking about the lower bracket, talking about all the things that go alongside it, let's quickly head to the brackets to get a clear understanding of what some of these teams are looking like, at least in terms of their path ahead.
Oh man, so far the brackets, we were talking about this after our previous best of three, in the post-match discussion, is that we have so few teams remaining. I mean, we have 5 teams remaining in the Challenger Series. out of those 5 teams, one of them is going to be eliminated right here. As unfortunate as that is, double elimination brackets, well, as soon as you're in the lower brackets, it means that, yeah, sooner rather than later, you are going to be on the brink of getting eliminated. It's just going to be a matter of coursing through it and moving on forward. Already, we've had multiple eliminations. Lethal Esports out, Medal Esports, True Rippers. All of the team names are now gone. They won't be progressing further. And now it's either going to be Reckoning or M42 Esports to move on forward into the lower bracket finals and meet up against the likes of Enigma Gaming, who themselves, OG, as you said, have been on their revenge arc ever since they lost to Revenant in that quarterfinal. They defeated Medal 2-0. They defeated True Rippers 2-0. And they'll be looking to defeat their future opponents 2-0 as well. So yeah, Enigma, they are going to be fearsome. But at the same time, upper bracket finals as well. VLT versus Revenant, two teams who have been flawless for the time being in the main playoff stages. It is going to be interesting seeing their matchup as we have veterans of the region, VLT, up against a team who has been gaining so much traction among the fans and so many amazing results for their side in the server, in the tournaments. It's going to be Revenant Esports. So yeah, the upper bracket finals, certainly something to look forward to. But in a whole different way, we have the lower bracket semifinals because the teams right here, it is do or die for them.
Yeah, and you speak about veteran versus young talent. I think that could be the quote of this matchup. M42, they have couple of the most decorated players that we have in India in terms of FPS, and on terms of
Yeah.
reckoning, it doesn't seem like they have a shortage in terms of skill. Experience, though, is something that you earn across the years, and that's exactly what they're looking to wrap up in their books on the back of not only this matchup but also the Challenger Series. So let's quickly head over to Reckoning Esports and see who do we have who are going to battle it out on the server from their end. Again, some of these names, if you have been following Valorant for a little time, South Asian Valorant shouldn't be that unfamiliar. Harsh, Smoker, Pixels, Deadly, Rio, and Bad Love. A composition of players who are very, very fluid in their approach to a game like Valorant, which is one of the most crucial aspects of a team, right? It's possible for you to have really good players, but if you have a really good team setup, if your philosophy is this strong, you don't really need the best players to get the best results. You need to approach it in a different way where you fight the weaknesses that you foresee. And in terms of Reckoning Esports, they might lack experience, but by doing this, they stay unpredictable and let an X factor out in everybody's mind where even though you might be experienced, they might be the ones with the curveball who inevitably might come after you.
Absolutely so. I mean, reckoning, the thing is that as you may know, like if you may know their play style, the thing is they can always change it up, not entirely bring out something new on course that's never been seen before, but it's just a couple of small tweaks that they can make in their own play style that can be the X factor allowing them to take the win. And that's the thing that makes them so lethal is the fact that so many of these slight changes can have such large snowball effects in the long run of a specific map or a best of three or anything like that. Is that you have to notice everything that Reckoning are doing. Meanwhile, Reckoning will be doing the same to their opposition. Now, speaking of the opposition, we've talked about Reckoning's roster. Now let's bring up on our screens the roster for M42 Esports and the players that will be playing in the server today. It is going to be a very, very decorated roster nonetheless. The players individually, they have found a lot of success. As a core unit, yeah, M42, they've had their ups, they've had their downs. Now they're just looking for stability in the Challenger series as well, and as well as overall in South Asian Valorant. These players are just looking to secure a spot and be known as a solidified team. Blackhawk is there, Hyper, who has been having marvelous plays, being the primary duelist. You've got Venom, you've got Rex, and then you've, of course, got the experience of Psy. So M42 certainly looking to take the win and defeat Reckoning no matter what it may cost them.
What is it going to cost them, though? We've seen M42 have hard times against teams like True Rippers. We've seen M42 have very, very good performances individually, but it needs to translate into results on the server, results on the paper. And that's, like you said, a small part as to why they've been struggling, right?
Hmm.
sometimes closing out those wins seems harder than usual. And for M42's sake, I feel like if they need to take the dub against a team like Reckoning Esports, it needs to be a decisive one. And decisive for
Right.
a very good reason. Once you head to the head to head, we get a good understanding of how some of these players have the ability to completely take over rounds of their own. Rix, we've seen him throughout the Challenger series fill out a variety of roles, but one role that I truly love seeing from Rix when he's on is Chamber. Man has no limit, and he seems to be in complete synergy with that one agent, which has come in clutch multiple times for
Yeah.
M42. And dude, Rio alongside Ko, they have the ability to swap around roles so fluidly. I feel like we saw in our 4 p.m. matchup, I feel like this is the moment that Reckoning might need to pull off a curveball, just like how Revenant Esports were pulling off with their draft. And Rio, we know how versatile he is. So I'm looking forward to maybe a little bit of variation to spice up this lower bracket run from Reckoning.
Absolutely so. I mean, not only are both the players extremely versatile in terms of the agent and the agent archetypes they can play, but more importantly, they are just beasts when it comes to clicking heads. I mean, I still remember the last matchup M42 had against the likes of Lethal Esports. On that very chamber, Rix was the top frag. I think he got like 20, 21 kills. He certainly broke the 20 kill mark, which is a big, big statement and goes to show that yeah, as a chamber, he is going to be exactly what you fear. He is going to be in your face, he is going to be aggressive, and he knows what kind of safety routes he has in order to fall back, be it the headhunter, be it the tour de force, or be it any rifle or any gun you can buy from the armory. It's going to be utilized to its fullest potential, and the same goes for you as well. He is going to do the same alongside the utility that he will be using with his agent. And that's the thing, is that the agents are going to be there. The utility is certainly going to be there. The weapons are going to be there. But where? Where indeed is the question? The map veto is a big question that the teams have answered. Let's bring it up on our screens and let's see that in this BO3, which maps will be the ones that we will be watching today. And
Oh.
Ascent Haven, the decider, quite interesting. Breeze, but before that, our first two maps, I mean, yeah, do we really need to say much? It is your most standard as Valorant can get.
Yeah, this has got me like with my fingers crossed, hoping it goes the full distance. But I think a lot of that has to do on RGE. Even though M42, like I said, have that experience, RGE have been on a very good form lately, comparatively better than M42. So RGE, with the way our matchup happened today in the evening, we really didn't get to see their best showing on Haven, right? One of their best players being absent doesn't really aid to their ability to close rounds and win games. So I feel like in context of this matchup, we have to take Haven as a complete clean slate. It's hard for us to
Right.
make an assessment with what just happened a few hours prior. Like you said, they've had like what, an hour and a half. They've had the
Hmm.
opportunity to not only mentally reset, but also physically take a break, get rejuvenated, and get back into their mojo. They've been given a safety net for a reason. It's not do or die, and you need to take this like a marathon and not a race. Don't pace yourself out from the journey just because of one small L. Take your time, get back on your feet, and get back on the road. That's what they're going to be looking forward to. How easy is that going to be, though? Second question. I feel like against M42, Ascent, it should be in a position where RGE can contest, right? Ascent is a map that I feel like almost every other team should be able to play like it's their background. It's going to come to the nitty gritties where M42 there need to have a curveball in that department specifically. Haven, we've already mentioned that RGE have somewhat of an upper hand, and again, can't take that previous result without a grain of salt. This might be a 2 in the favor of Reckoning. At least that's what I'm imagining. What's coursing through your minds?
2-0. I'm gonna say it is gonna go to a decider map. Which
Oh.
team wins it? I can't really answer that because that's the thing. As both of us were discussing, both of the teams are looking for stability. Both of the teams are looking to create essentially like a backbone or some consistent result. And consistency is something that has been lacking in the rosters. with the Reckonings matchup right now, with the previous matchups that M42 have had, be it their wins or be it their losses, consistency is absolutely something that both of the teams have as their like primary objective that they want to achieve. So keeping that in mind, I'm gonna be honest. To me, it feels like it's gonna be a case of it can be a case of M42 winning on their own map, Reckoning winning on their own map, or it can be the classic like FPS genre instance where you win your opposition's map, but then you lose your own. In which case, Reckoning will be winning Ascent, M42 will be winning Haven, and will be going to the decider map of Breeze. In my eyes, this feels like a BO3 that will go to Breeze. I would love for one team to prove me wrong. Kind of like what Revenant did. They were consistent. 13-4 and 13-5. That speaks volumes about how well you're performing round after round after round, even after the side swap, even after the map is over and a new map has started. That right there is solidification. I am waiting to see that from one of the rosters, but in my opinion, OG, I think we will go to Breeze. As for which team is winning, like I said, that I don't really have a good idea about. Your guess is as good as mine.
I think then it's going to come down to some draft to the majority of the extent,
Could
right?
be.
At least in
Yeah.
terms of Ascent and Haven, I hope and I pray that we get a repeat of what happened in our earlier matchup where we have somewhat of a difference. But again, Ascent's a map that doesn't really allow that, right? In Ascent,
Right.
a Sova has been kind of staple alongside a KO,
Mm-hmm.
and that sometimes could be up for debate considering the recent nerf. I understand that there could be more viable options, but in terms of the competitive setting, I feel like the Sova still carries a decent bit of value because there's consistency in how you can approach the game, right? So, in terms of Ascent, yeah, we have the Sova, we have the KO who's been very prominent lately, alongside the Killjoys. So, we have two of the initiators already sorted out and one of the Sentinels. Now, when you talk about the controllers, Omen is a very proficient controller on this map. Do you feel like the
Right.
recent showing of Astra that we've been seeing might play any impact on this match?
um, I would say no, because Revenant went for it. And Revenant, it was very clear with their utility usage that they practice this time after time in their own theory sessions, in their dry runs, their practice scrims, whatever they are doing behind the scenes. These are the other teams, they have seen it, they've seen the potential, but they haven't practiced it. And especially in a lower bracket matchup, where your life in the tournament, where your life in the Challenger Series, playing and competing for a prize pool of 7 lakh rupees is on the line, I don't think teams will be going for such a major risk. This is kind of stuff you would do like in a league kind of setting, if you have an easy matchup, if you're in like a group stage, all of that.
Yeah.
I don't think the teams will be opting for this in lower brackets. But in the future, if you ask me this question, OG, like, do you think in the future we'll be seeing more of Astra? Potentially, we could have, pun intended, a resurrection or like a resurgence of Astra being picked on certain maps. On certain maps, yeah, she isn't viable, but on maps like Haven and on Ascend, where she used to have like a dominance, a major dominance in her prime, Astra may just make a return. Who knows? But for the time being, I think Omen will be the way to go. And both of the teams, they'll be sticking to the standard stuff. Sova and KO, even after the nerf, Sova, for the time being, is going to be still a little prevalent. We may see a decline, like a small decline in his usage later on, but for the time being, I still think he is quite important. And teams haven't adjusted all too well to the changes that have been made. It's going to take them a little more while. So yeah, considering M42's last matchup on Ascent as well, when they played against Lethal, they ended up winning 13-8, 13-10, something like that. And they
Yep.
went for your standard, double initiator, Sova, KO, Omen. So I'm thinking it's going to be the same, at least from the side of M42. Have Reckoning sort of something different in the break that they had right now between the two matches? Potentially. Potentially they have.
For the surprising impact that this agent could bring, I'm surprised that we've not seen a lot of chamber on Ascent. I feel like at least on Ascent, the
Mhm.
chamber offers very viable toolkit in terms of quick rotations with the rendezvous, crucial
Right.
information that helps you commit that rotation on the back of the alarm bot, and more importantly, a little more flexibility in terms of not a only you can run the operator, because we've recently seen with that jet nerf, a couple of these jet players have forsaken that operator and opted to play a more fluid and more fast-paced gunplay, which is really not viable when you have that operator on your hands to pull off consistent results, and importantly to have that skill ceiling cap to pop off and get even more kills in consecutive fashion. So I'm thinking that maybe this is the time that we get to see the chamber in a map like Ascent. We've seen a lot of teams still opt for that killjoy. I feel like honestly on this map that could warrant a small change.
Uh, it definitely could. If the teams do opt for Chamber, it is going to be interesting seeing the dynamic and seeing the reaction from the opposition as well. Because without the Killjoy, yeah, the nanoswarms aren't there anymore. The alarm bot, okay, yeah, there is
Yeah,
the substitute for the alarm bot. It's not the exact same thing, though, is it? But
not
yeah,
really.
yeah, exactly. The ticks, the invisibility, that's the main thing. The invisibility that the KJ alarm bot has. And then, of course, you've got the lockdown as well, which not only is it good in retaking, but during executes, it is probably the biggest factor, which is a direct influence about how the defenders play out. Because if you have a tour de force, I mean, as a defender, what am I thinking? I'm thinking, okay, either I flash the chamber and I kill him, either I hide in a spot and I kill the chamber and try and catch him off guard,
Hmm.
or I take my chances, wide swing the angle, and who knows, maybe I win, maybe I lose. With a Killjoy lockdown, things become very, very utility centered. Can you flash and swing the Killjoy lockdown in order to destroy it? Really, no, because there are attackers surrounding it, especially while they're executing. Can you hide in an awkward position? Kinda, but like
Maybe,
you
but
will
not
be
really. Yeah.
detained. Yeah, you will be detained. So you'll have to be detained for that entire duration. You run the risk of your attackers, of the attackers, discovering your location, and that means that boom, you're dead. So it becomes a lot utility centered, as in you have to use the SOVA shock darts, you have to use the breach aftershock, or anything, whatever you may think of, things like those then become a focus. So there is a big difference in the reaction that you'll be getting from your opposition as well, which is also why teams really have to think it out whether or not it is justified to get a chamber or to keep the chances and take the killjoy. Perhaps even a cipher sometimes, but hardly.
Yeah, and I mean, we're like moments away from getting into map one. I feel like it's also
Hmm.
worthy of a glance to yet again go through that map veto, right? We talked a lot about
Right.
Ascent and we talked a lot about the draft that we might be able to see throughout this map. But in terms of the matchup, Haven, again, a map that has that Killjoy and the Chamber dilemma, which we see teams opt more towards the Killjoy. Breeze, though, I think is a big difference, right? Breeze really doesn't
Yeah,
encourage
yeah, yeah,
much
that's
in
cipher
terms of that Killjoy
and chamber.
setup.
Yeah.
So at least with Chamber, to some extent, I see a little viability. You lay down an alarm bot towards halls, lay down an alarm bot towards the nest entrance, so that you won't have your backlines compromised that easily. You have the option to again take more long distance fight. As a Chamber, having 100 credit bullet that does one shot headshot at any range, that's very very viable on a long distance map like Breeze, especially on, like, let's say pistol rounds. I mean, you know how important that has been, especially on a day like this, haven't we, CCB?
Exactly. Oof.
So
Man, the pistol rounds are something.
we gotta see Neon. I don't think we're gonna get to see that again though.
I think just because of the neon pick from Scargod, OG, you're going to make an official request to like cast every single Revenant matchup. And like everyone, like you'll be like, I want to see neon. Is that going to be the case?
I feel like Neon is the perfect salt agent. That's the one part of
Hmm.
Neon that I absolutely love. It's like the classic
Yeah.
agent that you absolutely love to hate. That's where the love
uh,
comes from, man.
Fade is there. No, I
Yeah,
really don't like
Fade.
Fade.
Ah,
Oof.
bro, talk about a gag reflex. Like, holy hell. I've been having nightmares. Like, at this point, I'm even scared to turn on Animal Planet because of how this game has become. It's Sky. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll only be afraid of pigeons. Now we have Fade. And, dude, in all
It's
honesty,
scary.
In all honesty, in lower ranks, I kind of get it. It's easier to play against Fade, and even the fact that you can shoot most of a utility with one bullet makes it somewhat dealable, right? But
Right.
imagine you have a team like Revenant playing against you who love to do utility dump. You can't shoot something that you don't see coming.
Mm-hmm.
So in the context of how it's gonna be like maybe a month and a half down the line when we finally do get the chance to see Fade in the game, I feel like that's gonna be a big game changer, CCV. Because unlike Neon,
True, true.
Fade being in the initiator role and being the kind of utility kit she has, the value that she can offer to a team, I feel like that's gonna be a new agent that we're gonna get to see on a very consistent basis.
Yeah, that's the thing, because unlike Neon, who provides little to like no information for her roster, Fade gives so much of that. Like so many of Neon's abilities is I don't really want to use the term selfish, but like self-centered. But
Yeah.
essentially, we won't be seeing Fade anytime soon. We may see a Neon, but for sure we'll be seeing the map of Ascent. So without any further ado, the players are finally ready. Let's jump into the map of Ascent and let's start off with the agent selection screen. And for the time being, already we have the side of M42 Esports who look like they don't want to waste any more time. They are already locked and loaded with the same composition that I was talking about earlier that they played against Lethal. It is going to be Double Initiator, Sova, and KO. As of the side of Reckoning Esports, we can see that one substitute has been made for anyone watching. Harsh, who was playing earlier, will not be playing in this best of three. Instead, Venka will be taking up his role. Harsh had an excellent triple kill with the judge. That was my highlight when it comes to his performance in that previous BO3 on that map of Split. But now it's going to be Venka taking up that role, and he takes up KO. It is practically going to be mirror comps, in my opinion.
Yeah,
It
I
will
don't
be, yeah.
expect Pixels to debate us. At least I'm not gonna fall for it,
Nah,
CCV.
he'll go for the Omen. Yeah,
Yeah, they need a controller, so that's
exactly.
most probably gonna be the Omen. Again, with a team like RGE, might be changed
Select
up.
your agent.
Bad Love has the opportunity again to go for the mirror comp or for the chamber. What are we gonna see? Come on, Pixels. Okay, he's gonna go for the Omen. Pretty standard stuff. Bad Love looks to be certain. Yeah, I think he's gonna stick to that Killjoy, and we have ourselves a mirror composition, my friend. A
Yeah.
complete contrast from a 4 p.m. matchup.
Oh, that was just no same agent. I believe that was probably my first ever Valorant matchup where there were no same agents at all. But I could be wrong. Regardless, I may have done something in the past. But now we've got, everyone ready, as we can see on the face cams as well. Sharky is back up. This time, I believe he'll have a whole different mentality to tell the boys over in Reckoning that how exactly do they need to perform because of the fact that their journey in the Challenger series is on the line. It is going to be a lot more different. And for M42 as well, they already know about the predicament they're in. They will be performing in the server to the best of their capabilities, to the best of their abilities, to make sure that they stay in the tournament and they move forward to face off against Enigma. Now, let's move on forward to the first round. Ascent is here. The pistol round will be starting. It's going to be the likes of Reckoning on defense, M42 on attack, and here we go. Already, we see that the defenders, they are peeking towards mid, but so much of the attack force is focused right there towards the B bomb side and right outside of B as well. We'll take our first engagement. That's going to be back up against Deadly 10. Both of them fire bullets, fall back. Not much has happened, just M42 seeing where Reckoning have positioned their players.
Oh,
Oh,
disgusting. Oof. Talk about having paranoia. That's straight up PTSD. Do end up trading that ghost staff for the sheriff. Gives them a little more opportunity to maybe even the odds out from a distance. So far, M42 diligent in adding cover, putting utility to maintain this man advantage. They're gonna try and commit to the split from market towards B, and they're trying to set up counter utility here, but they've left Rio to fend for himself all the way back through side. Pixels find the trade on Hyper, cool, but this flash setup from Venka, it very well could have worked out to cover in the nick of time and gives a little bit of more room for M42 to maneuver into the side. Venom didn't spot the man towards the back side, and that ends up costing him just a little bit though. The man advantage sways the other way, and Reckoning Esports, they need Bad Love to deliver, who's gotten the first. He needs to get transition though, and oh, he runs out of bullets for the kill choice, flirting with death. It's a 1v1. Bad Love needs to find the clutch. And time is what he's gonna use.
Oh, he's going for it. 2 seconds, 1 second, Sai! Oh, he can't!
No!
And he can't get the knife as well. 3 HP. So close. Yet so far. Recon bolt was destroyed. Sai, I mean, he almost stuck it, but in the nick of time, he was like, okay, maybe he ran out of bullets, and let me just rush it. But as we're seeing on the replay right now, oh, just missing the shots. There was the shoulder peek, but it couldn't be. M42. Oh, that's got to be a heartbreaking loss. They are going for a risky maneuver right now by forcing their way into the second round. Reckoning are prepared to deal with this technically, but are they expecting it? Likely not. Reckoning will not have this in mind to go for such a play, and to see their opponents going for Spectres. But be it Spectres, be it Classics, Reckoning, they just are centered with their own guns. That's exactly what Deadly 10 does. Uses that Marshall, gets a headshot, falls back safe and sound.
Yeah. Hyper doesn't have that tailwind anymore, so he can't make that dart towards switch. Rather, this needs to be more of a slug fight. And there is support here. There is presence towards market from Venka, who takes the aggressive stance, dodges the flash, perfectly set up for this play. There is no counter initiation though. Rio not in the best position, does have that recon bolt, pre-fires the corner, does get a dink and a little bit more damage. This however needs to be more time and more damage. It is! Another head goes and another one bites the dust. Rio, he is making it happen, and Pixels helps him from the back lines. 2-0. A swift disassembly of whatever M42 had in the bag. An expensive L for them to take, as they need to yet again go on that save for investing a little late into those big guns.
The thing is, OG, is that we always talk about how forcing and then losing is bad for your own economy. But the thing is, it is great for your opposition's economy as well. Because look at Reckoning. Yeah, Bad Love has to go for that Vandal. But everyone else can save up for another round with those Spectres. That's an extra bonus round they'll have. So, Deadly, he knows, and almost everyone Reckoning knows they can go for an all-out rush, and it may just go in their favor. Venka or Rexy get 4 kills for themselves, 2 apiece. It's now down to Rex, who's got the Sheriff. He's gotten 1 kill, but he has to dispatch 3 more members. Highly unlikely. Spotted by Bad Love. It's going to be Vandal up against the Sheriff, and yeah, just not much can happen after all. It is an eco round. Rex though, he's still maintaining position. Can't get the spike, big problem, but he can get this great headshot and then potentially even retrieve that Vandal. Yes, he does.
Oh, he's also close to the lockdown, although only if he had the spike. Things would have been a different story. RGE want to fight this, and they're going together. They almost line up. Rex on the verge of pulling off a massive quad kill to save this round for his team. The paranoia puts him on the back foot. Pixels has the HP advantage. Close range, he swaps out to the Spectre. Tries the grocery drive-by maybe? Oh, almost connects, but Pixel manages to dance between those bullets and more importantly, keep his cool. Whew, that came so close. You talk about, you know, building an economy. That's a great way to lose one as well.
True, yeah. Now, you know, both the teams almost level with their economy. I mean, yeah, we are seeing a major heavy investment from Reckoning with the Odin, with the operator that they have gone for. Is it going to pay off? Well, let's see. You know, you've got Rio right now. You've got Deadly 10 holding the angle. Paranoia hits him, dashes back to safety. Hyper really on the forefront of the attack. Narrowly misses that operator shot, and he falls back, and M42 realizes that, okay, there are some lethal guns that are on the side of Reckoning right now. Look at them. Dude, Hyper is just missing. By mere pixels, he is missing those operator shots. But still, the other members of Reckoning, they're also playing passively, waiting for M42 to make a move, gathering information, exactly what Rio is doing. Doesn't have as much time on that owl drone now, but he still gets info about the whereabouts of this KJ. And
Bad love.
there has to be a move. Ooh, Rix is in that corner. Now they don't know about Bad Love. Oh, they did. They did.
I think they just narrowly spotted the shoulder. That's given them the edge. They're walking into this B bomb site like it's there to claim. Rio again needs to be the man in charge. He needs to buy time, and he's doing his very best. Buys enough for Venka to sneak in and grab a double of his own. The trades go evenly, and Rex, alongside his turret and his teammate, finds the advantage. 1v2. Deadly. He needs to live up to his name. Position given away. This lockdown's gonna keep him at bay. A lot of valuable time being removed, and more importantly, it gives time for them to set up for this post plant. A very risky bunny hop, but he manages to waltz back to safety, and more importantly, his teammates cover. They're gonna play this one together. Swaps out of the Vandal. Similar positions. Information. They were close to lining up, and if he only had the right idea there, it would have been an immense clutch, which his team could not paint gold for. Regardless, it's the first round on the board for M42, and a crucial one in that as well. They found it early, and they have now a chance to contest this lead and make it next to nothing.
I mean, they certainly can. The thing is, it's not just potential, it's right there for their taking, because now with such a heavy investment in the previous round of the Odin, of the Operator, 3 rifles, full armor, Reckoning went all in, and unfortunately, they overstayed their welcome, and now they have to suffer the consequences. But still, Reckoning can do something from this round. They can get a kill here and there. Rio is pushing from B main. You've got the crossfire being maintained. Pixels is also holding this. So M42 Esports, if they don't know it, or even if they do, they are in defender territory, but they choose to fight their way instead of fall back. Fight or flight was the choice, and they chose to completely decimate their opposition. For the time being, only 2 people have died, but I see that kill tally going up a bit more. Venka wide swings, he finds 3 people completely flash, but can't get the shots on them. The Spectre, after all, reigns supreme, and the defenders only 2 to go.
We might get to see some Omen and Omen action. Sheriff at range finds 1 kill, and that's all Pixels was able to gather. Bad Love only with the frenzy, and they have a good understanding of where he could be. This entire round was just M42 holding outside mid link and waiting for the aggression to come to them. That's all it was. And that happened. That's the only reason that M42 are in such a clean position. Their read was on point, and they dealt with it in at least a decent manner. It could have gotten nasty, especially with the flash setup that Venka was going for. It might have been a very different tale. Like, let's say he finds 2 Sheriff taps, which, let's see. It's been the Bamboozle series, bro. I've seen crazier stuff happen. So you can't really discount those kind of possibilities, can you?
Oh, won't be happening. This case, but still, yeah, M42, good for them. Only lost 1 person, planted the spike. That's an extra economic boost for their side. And now you've got Reckoning, who are back when it comes to their economic base. And now the major element and the primary factor influencing this round is not going to be the credit economy. It's going to be the ultimate economy. Finally, we have ults for so many of these players. 4 members out of 5 of Reckoning have them. M42 as well. 2 of their agents have got ultimate. So will matter a lot as to how this progresses. Hyper, beautiful kill, has been traded out by Pixels, but Pixels again, he couldn't fall back, and that means that Reckoning are out of the bomb site. They have taken the necessary manpower away from M42. It is still a 3 versus 3, but the problem is their man count is also dwindling, and Reckoning have to initiate with this Killjoy lockdown, and they will force M42 out of the bomb site. Meanwhile, Badluck, just easy pickings for him. Easy pickings for him. He just wide swing and everyone from M42 was just there, I guess.
What a heartbreak. Oh, God. As soon as they made that retreat, I'm like, okay, M42, they have nanoswarms in the bag. They can just buy time on the back of utility and then play the raw gunfights as they emerge. Oh, that they decide to fight that mid-transition, it was questionable. Especially when you have the lockdown being a ticking time bomb on your head. You can't afford to make such maneuvers without being punished, and well, there goes the punishment, my friend. Risk reward. RGE lead maintained. They have the operator. Deadly needs to become deadly with this, especially in the opening parts of the defense. It's a luxury for a Jet to have that, especially this early. It allows you to perform the choke, and M42 are aware of this. They've upped the pace, they've upped the ante. They want to commit to this mid to B split yet again, which has paid them dividends. They buy a lot of utility to only isolate the fight towards the side, but they're not well in their promise. It's only going to be Rio and Badlove who managed to stand the test of time. A double from the each. And this needs to be another big play from Pixel. Oh, timing! Yet again! It's his friend! 1v1 now! Has another smoke.
Standing ahead.
How has it come to such desperate times? Oh, he finds the clutch!
Whew. I mean, M42, they really walked into the Lions Den right there. There were, what, 3 members from Reckoning already in the bomb site. Still, M42 managed to pave their way to an extent. It was only this one person, Pixels, who they could not quite get rid of. It was an extremely chaotic round, but it favored the defenders, and it means that it's going to keep on favoring the defense for a little while longer as well, since now M42, their own buy, is a little bit shaky. They'll have to rely on other factors to try and win this round, because it's not a full-on eco, that's the thing. They can still use their utility and stuff. And Hyper with the Blade Storm. Oh, armor gone, 85 HP. He knows it's best to fall back, not to take that fight from the same angle again. Rather, Reckoning in this case are playing very passively.
Wow.
And Blackhawk, oh, he's all alone. He's calling for backup. Oh, no. And everyone from M42 now is going to be committing to the B bomb side. At least that's what I presume, since the spike is right here. Still a minute on the clock. Reckoning know exactly what's going to be happening. This does not look good for M42. Not at all. It's all down to one player in an instant. Rix is the only survivor. But now it's just going to be another number. Another casualty.
Another shock dart kill. Triple, in fact, for Rio. That was so reliant on them just being precise with their opener, and Blackhawk, he was with an all to do, right? That TP towards the back of the site, not denied, had the Sheriff, and he did land, at least had the opportunity to land 3 good shots there, which is more than he needed with the Sheriff. So the fact that he wasn't able to convert on that position meant M42 had no more trump card for that round to begin with. They had inferior weaponry. They used whatever little utility that they needed to use in terms of the ultimate. Cool. What's their answer now? Because this is when they have the chance for a rebuttal, right? They have the big guns. Oh, Tailwind enabled. He expects a close play. Destroys the 0 point. And he's just waiting for aggression to be offered to him, and he baits into it. Venka perfectly plays off the Jet, and Deadly has position with Pixels, could hold this. But little does he know, they're looking to fold this M42. Falling back.
Blackhawk is now watching. Bad love. How many can he get if he's careful? I mean, Hyper is holding that angle. But will he spot the Killjoy? More so, will the Killjoy spot the Omen? Yes, she does. That's 1 kill for Bad Love. And that's a nuisance that the likes of M42 have to get rid of. But no! Bad Love can never be stopped. This is his 3rd triple kill in the match. This man is on smoke. He's like, whatever happened in the previous best of 3 doesn't matter. I'm just gonna keep on killing as many enemies as possible. And kudos to him. He is doing that job. Reckoning currently lead 7-2. A 5-round differential, and still we have 3 more rounds to go. M42 are struggling. Good thing for their side, they have the loss bonus, but they can't cope up with the constant expenses that they have. They need to go for utility, they need to go for armor, they need to go for guns. They have to compromise somewhere. But for Reckoning, they don't have to compromise with anything. They can buy whatever they want from the armory, and ultimately it's reflecting in the kills as well.
I love the play that Rio made the last round. Sure, that Hunter's Fury didn't get a single kill, but it got so much chaos and Bad Love in a perfect position to capitalize on said chaos. As he brings a whole lot of pain. Rio. Quick reconnaissance towards B main. And this is on the back of the mid-run adaptation that Reckoning Esports are looking to maybe maneuver. I've seen a couple of times that Reckoning Esports like to play aggressively through either main, so the fact that they're not going for it, they anticipate this forward off angle that's being held by M42, which mind you was one of the reasons that they did lose that thrifty round, right? So with every loss, Reckoning Esports are trying to get a W, at least in terms of learning, so they don't repeat the same mistakes. And now, the turntables, they're the one playing passive, they're the one waiting for the initial peak, and nothing offered to them just as of now. Although on their way towards the side, they need to face off against Deadly. On the back of the KO ultimate, there's no utility that he needs to then face, and a beautiful shot as he dashes back towards safety, but little do they know, Blackhawk yet again in the back lines, and he's not able to deliver! Venka, another lineup, and M42 with a lineup of their own. Hyper, he needs to get the ace clutch if he's to win this round, which seems very unlikely. Time, a big factor, and that is more than enough to seal the fate as M42 continue their broad succession of losses and despair. This is Reckoning Esports running away with a sizable lead now, 8-2, and that dominance just does not seem to stop.
It's not, yeah. It only feels like it won't be stopped anytime soon. I mean, the side swap, maybe that's what the likes of M42 are hoping can favor them. But overall, I'm still not very certain as to exactly how can M42 change this, because on attack, no matter where they're trying Reckoning, their utility usage and their positioning is perfect. I mean, look at this from Deadly 10. He's gonna immediately fall back. Hunter's Fury goes through from M42 Esports. Then you have the dive agent. Bad Love though, he knows about this. He spots the players and he gets a kill through the smoke and get another. Oh no, he won't. But Deadly 10 still in the back of the bomb site. M42 are pressurizing the members of Reckoning. But the thing is, Reckoning are countering back with their own aggression, twofold firepower, and kills galore in their favor every single time. M42. OG, this was what? This was 20 seconds that M42 took, and they just pushed into the bomb site. 20-25 seconds. I mean, I'm not really sure what their theory was here.
They had the lockdown. That could have gone so many different ways and in so many better ways. You can see Sai being a little more vocal. And understandably so. At this point, they desperately need something to change. The last round of the first half, what are they hoping for? The curse to favor them? Really too ambitious considering they're in the lower bracket. They really can't give so much space away. Oh, the Silver Death. Oh, that's disgusting. You might have your blades, but our man has a chain gun and he's more than willing to Grove Street all over you. They're trying to maybe add a little pressure towards A to weaken this mid setup, which simply isn't the case, dude. They're able to deal with aggression on multiple fronts and deal with it like it's nothing.
Exactly. Reckoning know how very well M42 go for those executes and how to counter them. And once more, let's see. Venka goes for a double flash, goes into the bomb site. This time, he only gets information. He won't be getting any kills, so good for M42. But now, they have to fall back after planting the spike. They have 6 seconds. Pixel is right in the corner, and he gets them in one magazine. And now look at Blackhawk, all alone, out of A main, 4 defenders. He gets one, but that's all he'll be getting. Reckoning Esports thoroughly secure this half. 10-2 in their favor. Deadly 10 gives away a kill. doesn't really matter. Bad luck with the run and gun. All right, spray and pray as you go, as you wish. Whatever. The main thing was that Reckoning knew exactly when M42 would be falling back. They countered it once more. This is 10-2 OG. If Reckoning win the pistol, I sincerely think that they'll end up winning Ascent more likely than not, sooner rather than later. M42 have got to get their grips on right now. When I say that, I mean this very second.
Dude, I'm trying to think of a redeeming factor here, but it's very hard. What do M42 even do differently here? Aggression? Cool. It seems like they have somewhat of a setup. Although Hyper, 0 point will not enable this aggression one bit. Deadly, waiting for that drone, waiting for that recon. Just commits on the back of that tailwind, and he's not able to find a little bit of safety net. The first 2 kills in the favor of M42. They dismantle this hit. They've found the edge. Where do they stabilize? We've seen teams have issues with this. Mind you, Reckoning Esports were in a similar position in 4 p.m. and that's changed. Can M42 find a change in their ways? Venom finds a nice little peek, but it's on the back of a triple setup from his team. And I'm not sure if they spotted Rio, who snuck his way through. I think they just about did. Bad Love on the verge of putting off a double. 5 HP, but it's still an alive Bad Love. Rio takes an M42. On the verge of winning this round. I don't think Bad Love has it in him. I don't think I'm going to curse anything. Should be the pistol secured. There we go. Blackhawk finds it. 10-3. A glimmer of hope. But that's all it is, CCV. A glimmer. They need to turn the spark into a flame, and that's a task.
They do need to turn it into a flame and then into a fire that eventually in their mind should engulf Reckoning Esports. Reckoning Esports, they've got like fireproof material on them right now because they are on smoke. Good joke. But anyways, all those jokes aside, hey, it makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, M42 Esports, they've started off strong. Still a long ways to go. This round should be one of their more comfortable rounds, and it should be a confidence boost because they have Spectres. The opposition, they've got practically nothing anymore. Shorties and classics, a couple of sheriffs here and there should mean that M42, as long as they take like medium range gunfights and not something that Sai is trying right now,
Oh goodness.
Sai, he gets a triple kill in one magazine. Everyone from Reckoning was just coming into his crosshairs. Venki as well, down to 29 HP. Well, only one person was necessary, I guess. And yeah, Hyper, excellent headshot, drops the spike. All down to the KJ once more. Can Bad Love really do much alone? I mean, he can take the ultimate off, that's good. But nah, it's around done and dusted, and M42 have it.
A kill and a death. He might be having his ultimate for the buy round, which will make things a little more spicy. You never know. Reckoning Esports, I see the possibility of... Ooh, never mind. Let's get to that possibility later and let's live the reality now. We've witnessed Rix, the opposing Killjoy, to come very close to a 1 versus 5 on the back of a quad, and this could be the undoing of M42 if they're not careful enough. 15 seconds, lockdown in the bag, and his Bad Love just hoping and praying that he'll come his way. Venom though puts it to bed. Thank God. Kind of played with my vocal cords there, and that's just a small inkling as to what the fear looks like. M42 though, doing well to cope with it. This, however, is going to be a different level of fear. They have the lockdown available on Bad Love. They have a full investment RGE. This is going to be the harder round that M42 need to find that upper hand. And in this round, they've been able to manage that operator on Hyper. This is going to be the game changer. If he's able to find the opening frag, play off that man advantage, play retake, and allow that lockdown to just give them control of site.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, it's the only ultimate. That's why there is so much use of that right now, and it can be such an influencing factor. Once more ultimates get introduced, then it's going to be confusing. But in the meanwhile, Bad Love, all alone, three members just pushed him. And this means that, yeah, once more Reckoning and down a person, and I was the very person who had that ult. Hyper gets another shot on the Venki. and the people, the numbers, they are dwindling down. M42, I mean, they're just going to be holding angles because they pushed, because they got a little aggressive, and it worked in their favor. They realized they can just sit in the bomb site and wait, and it's just going to be very favorable. Look at that. Pixels also ends up in the crosshair of Hyper, another kill for the Jet. Hyper spots another member, and everyone in Reckoning, they can try something, but I don't think much will be happening. This is another round that's gonna go in favor of M42. The full buy is also not looking all too comfortable. 30 seconds remaining, 2 versus 4. Can the two surviving members pull off a heist?
It's a very, very crucial round that M42 are now on the verge of bagging. Hyper, undoubtedly the hero. Alright, that was an anticlimactic kill, although this has turned out to be quite the climax. 5 seconds, I'm certainly the problem, and Deadly, even if he does find that one kill, should be happy with what he's got in the bag. If not winning a round, M42's economy is now in shambles, and this creates opportunity where previously it didn't exist, right? They can now feasibly force, and even if they don't win the round yet again, they cannot let M42 that economy to fuel this kind of a comeback.
Yeah, I gotta agree that M42, they are on the right path and they've seen what they can achieve. So it's not all too all hopes lost for them. It's just that they've got to keep on continuing, and sooner rather than later they'll be like, okay, it's not going to be a comeback. It's a full-on fight that'll be happening, and it's going to be reckoning. Who will be the ones in that desperate scenario, not the other way around? Now, in this round, Reckoning already know their fate. Reckoning already realized that, okay, yeah, it's not going to be the best round from our side. You know, we can get a couple kills, just like what Badlock tried. The Sheriff is there, but overall, it's not going to be the most, eloquent round. And yeah, 2 bodies dropped. Potential third, yeah, that's going to be Venki going down. The Blade Storm is around Deadly 10, and that's the only hope Reckoning have of potentially picking up some rifles and carrying them on forward into the next round. But everyone from M42, they're not overextending. The map control that they had gotten pushing from B is all that they'll be receiving. Bad Love has been spotted, the operator. Watching him with eagle eyes. Another kill for Hyper. And it's all down to this one Jet. Now, one Jet has been all over the map, has gotten 3 kills in just this very round. The other has been as quiet as a sneak in draw. So now that Deadly's location is known, what's gonna happen?
That tailwind enabled. The way that Jet's now, you'd much rather have her on the blades. Commit that double dash as he's one step closer to another. Luckily, that was Ritz right around the corner to secure this round. 10-6, man. They are slowly closing the gap, and you can see that M42, the environment has changed, right? From Browns, it's back to smiles. Venom is happy, Sai is happy, Hyper looks to be having a big old smile on his face. It's a change in form. Reckoning, I hope it's not been a similar contrasting change, because they were the one on the winning end of the stick. Now that things have changed, now that things have gotten sticky, this is where they need to show that their versatility does add in weightage. And the key aspect of versatility is when things don't work, you make a small variance. You try to adapt to what's happening in real time. We've seen them have a lot of success doing so, but this is where that success needs to come. M42, if they win another buy round, they'll be in touching distance of the equalizer CCV. With this being only the first matchup, I'm pretty sure that Reckoning Esports are looking to more than put a statement.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports want to show the likes of M42 that, okay, yeah, M42 have gotten a couple rounds here, but Reckoning, if they get going, they will not stop until they have the entire map in their favor. And that's the main thing, that this is the map of M42 Esports. If anyone wants a refresher, M42 Esports have chosen Ascent. Reckoning have chosen the second map that is to be played, which is going to be Haven. So Reckoning still I mean, statistically have the advantage. 10-6 is the lead right now, but M42 are on their backs and they are looking to catch them as soon as they can. Next 4 rounds looking to go in their favor as well. So, yeah, just waiting on that. In the meanwhile, Reckoning players as well. I guess after this timeout that was there, they were seeing what M42 would do. And M42, they're not overextending physically. They're just holding angles. Hyper gets 1 kill and he immediately falls back. So once more, you see the fact that, yeah, M42 are not going to be changing their playstyle at all. It is definitely have to take a change. The fragment destroys the lockdown.
Wait, what? How
Wait, no,
did-
it doesn't.
Wait, what? That looked dead
And-
on.
And Reckoning are going for a fake, I presume. I mean, yeah, Deadly's in the bomb site. The null command goes through. Can Deadly then find the frag? Or is it going to be Blackhawk? No, Blackhawk secures a double! Oh, this is big for the side of M42. Reckoning are down to only 2 members now.
Run! How does he go unchecked? Oh no. In the hopes of doing great, they failed to do good. No, not the way that was supposed to go. And M42, even though that lockdown didn't break, even though the round started a little questionably, things got more questionable as soon as it came to that rotation. M42 had a good idea. I feel like Venom kind of, wait, was it Venom? Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Venka who popped his overload. So, I'm pretty sure with his overload, he assumed that utility won't be a problem. They're already rotated. Not the case. And M42 hard stuck with their call, which was the right thing to do. And right now, hard stuck to the side. They hold the fourth like a rook. No possibilities for Reckoning Esports to find even a single back turned. Pixels though finds the back lines, and that could be very good setup to find himself a triple. He knows the position of 2. He finds himself
Oh
a
my
plethora of kills.
God.
And with this lineup of opportunities comes the opportunity of greatness
Lord.
yet again. He's gonna commit to the plant, or is he? Okay, he wants to draw on the rotation and maybe then he might commit his ultimate. No, he's just a little too late. Oh no, a heartbreak to what looked like a play of the tournament caliber setup. Ay, ay, ay. Let's roll the instant replays. Pixels on the verge, pulling off brilliance.
And gets it the headshot on the side as well. Oof. Could have really been something. But yeah, that's alright. So now Reckoning Esports still a lot closer. This is going to be the final full buy. If Reckoning lose this, chances are M42 at the very least they'll be equalizing the score. At the most they'll be taking the lead. Ever since the second half has started, M42 have won every single round. Is this going to be the first win for Reckoning? Sure seems to be. They isolate one person, but in return it's going to be Hyper getting rid of the only controller you have on attack. So pushing without an omen, is going to be very difficult. Executing without a controller usually can be highly impossible as we take duels towards market. And another set of bodies is gone. 3 versus 3 it has been turned from a 4 versus 4. Reckoning are ready for the execute, but there are M42 members right here. Blackhawk gets one. It's going to be the swing from Sai. And yeah, the Omen and the Sova, they make sure that no one can even enter the bomb site. That is another round going in favor of the defense.
1 round away from the equalizer, buddy. M42. We mentioned the fact that if they win that 1 set round, they're just gonna be touching distance, and here we are. Here are M42. Dude, this is something that might just derail the mental of RTE. It's a hard pill to swallow. What they do need to remember though is this battle is far from being over. All things said and done, they still have the upper hand in terms of the scoreline. They need to just convert this into a W. Utility committed to get into the site, but they need to clear it, which has been their bigger issue. Deadly diligent this time around to clear hell, and more importantly, not over-aggress through heaven. They find the plant, they find the man advantage, and now is their chance to play passive. Hunter's Fury, a lot of ultimates on the side of M42 to now commit to this retake, as they will have the lockdown as well. This is the difference maker. Bad Love on the flank of his lifetime. He's gonna wait it out, but again, this is what M42 expect. They still can't convert on this though, and the lockdown on the verge of being gone out. The detainment, it changes the course of the round. 1v2.
No way.
Rio needs to pull off the clutch, has the Hunter's Fury, but the 0 point's gonna deter.
What?
Venom finds the quad. 10 to 10. M42 pulled through the distance and pulled through hard times to now be dead even.
2 versus 5, and the detainment, doing things, and then Rio missing the initial shots as well. You feel for Reckoning right now. They've already had a tough day against the likes of Revenant Esports. Now they're on the brink of losing a short victory map. It should have been, but it seems like it may just not. So M42, for the time being, they've equalized, and now they're looking to capitalize further and get the win in their favor. Eventually take the lead for the first time as well. It is going to be a big favor, and it's going to be a big obstacle that they'll be getting through, but they have to get through the 5 attackers right now who are not really doing that much when it comes to aggression. They're holding it out, but this is what M42 do as well. M42 never entirely like rapidly push physically, like they don't man check everything, they just hold long angles. Look at Sai, he's in defender spawn holding market. Everyone is doing that. You've got Hyper in B main just with the operator holding this angle. He is not pushing. You've got 3 members on the A bomb side on A main, again holding the angle. M42 Esports are not gonna be pushing too much. They are waiting for Reckoning to make a move. They're waiting for the instigation, and on 35 seconds, Sai will be the one to peek. But that's a mistake, since now it forces Hyper to fall back and waste so much time with the attackers as they go on to B.
No blades, Hyper, close range, and the operator does not do him any favors whatsoever. Man advantage lost as it folds in the favor of Reckoning Esports. Bad Love, the Swamp buys some time, and this is just a heartbreak again. Reckoning Esports finally show that they are relevant in this matchup. Show that they have it. Love is disconnected, but that's not a luxury that Pixels is in a position Blackhawk is in a position to exploit. Pixels gets taken down, and it's very important that Rio doesn't die. Because if there was a stick, this could have been an awkward round for you to explain back home. Luckily, 11 to 10, but we should see a small timeout to allow the player to reset. The lead, though, momentarily on the side of Reckoning. But mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is far from Reckoning derailing the momentum that M42 have gained. They've lost only 1 round in the second half.
Out of 9 rounds that we have seen, M42 have managed to win 8 of them, that too consecutively. Only the latest round right now didn't go their way, but still, this is an extremely close affair right now. The thing is the fact that M42 have gone above and beyond all expectations, equalize the score. So it means that even if Reckoning get match point, even if Reckoning win another round, M42, everyone is going to believe that they can 100% get into overtime and push the map into overtime just because of how they have been playing. So as you know, we go through this tech issue right now, and hopefully it's not a little longer one, as you know, we saw early on the map of Haven where Bad Love, he had disconnected for a while. Hopefully it's not that, but for the time being, you know, we got to see that what exactly is going through the minds of the players, because this has changed the dynamic of the match so much. Reckoning Esports even if it's a single round, they'll still be like, we got this. It's not a landslide loss. It's not like M42 Esports ever since they got on the side swap, ever since the side swap happened, they won every single round. No, they can be stopped. Plain and simple, they can be defeated. And that's exactly what Reckoning will be thinking. That's exactly what they'll be applying. As for M42, they'll be thinking, guys, we've defeated them 8 rounds in a row. What's a 1 round obstacle? What's a 1 round delay? We're just going to wait it out. Sure, they can take this 1 round. They can be on 11 rounds. That's fine. We're going to defeat them 13-11 anyways. That's particularly what M42 are thinking. Two very different levels of thought, but over the course of the next 3 rounds, we'll be seeing a lot of changes happen. And I, alongside anyone, cannot predict what's going to happen in the next round.
Oh god. I'm just wondering now, RGE, first victory, second half. Gives them a small lead. M42, 8 rounds in consecutive fashion that they were able to swing back into their favor. And they need 3 more rounds to call this a dub.
Yeah.
It's 2 for RGE. If it's been the case of the Jets, I think Hyper's consistency on this defense is what's propelled M42 to such a degree, right? The pedigree that this man has to offer in terms of not only the finesse he brings with the operator, but also how he's able to adapt with the fast paced variations that RGE are throwing at his face. Pretty deadly. And right now, M42, even if they need to make a small variation, they're going to be more than comfortable to doing so, right? Once you get to winning ways, you start to get a boost of morale, then you start to get a boost of confidence. But that might be put to a momentary pause because this small break not only resets, the viewers or us to how heated the matches, but also the players, right? I just hope that RGE and M42, for their sake, are able to not only resolve whatever issues they're facing, especially RGE, but more
Yeah.
importantly, stay in the mental game. They're in the final leg of map 1, and this is a heartbreak for whoever loses it. That is, however, something you need to wait for, ladies and gentlemen. As we wait for these issues to get resolved, do scan the QR code, get your own can of Red Bull, and make your popcorn because, yeah, we have just 4 more rounds to maybe conclude who's the winner, and we'll be right back with those 4.
From the legends of memory and storage Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like all the issues have gotten resolved, and we
Yes.
should be on our way to finishing off what we started. Finishing off map 1, which has been a nail biter so far. The rebuttal from M42 has been outstanding. A very
Exactly.
quick sway of form, and they've won 8 rounds in a row. With that coming to an abrupt pause alongside the game, that's going to be a quick reset for either side at this ending, but at a very crucial part of the first map.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumping back in the game, we can see 11-10. Bad luck is back. No more issues for any of the players right now. Everything has been resolved. It took a little longer, but hey, we had to make sure everyone was in without any problems whatsoever. So let's start off once more. We've got round number 22. The Killjoy lockdown will go from the side of Reckoning Esports, the only ultimate available in the entirety of the server for this very round. Forces out M42 members, and Reckoning take full-fledged side control, uncontested whatsoever. But M42, they are ready for the retake. And Venki, he is in a very vulnerable spot right now. He'll be swung wide, but he still gets the headshot onto Blackhawk. Only then is he traded out by Venom.
Yes, traded out, the man advantage nullified. M42 on the offensive, and Rio ready with that operator. They slowly but surely cut down this offensive.
My God.
And M42's retake down the drain. Hyper should try saving that operator. His tail went back to safety, but not in safe ways just as of yet. Close range. Recon gives his whereabouts. Deadly punches it off. And map point. M42 in a little bit of a sweat CCV. This is a crucial point because again, M42, I mentioned this, they needed map 1 to stay very relevant in this best of 3. So far, RGE, with the way that map veto went, with the next map being Haven, things don't look that easy, bro. It's gonna be a Herculean task for M42 to win Haven up against the likes of RGE, which might have been even a double digits against Revenant Esports if our man Badlove would have been able to reconnect fast enough. At least in this instance, yes. And Reckoning Esports, you know how much it means to them, right? They're able to find the difference where it was needed. And so was Rex. Double on the duty. And Hypo, perfect timing on the aggression through market. We discussed map point and that's swiftly denied. We're looking at M42 fighting till their last breath and fighting for overtime in map 1.
Remaining.
It's all down to Pixels. A spike all the way over towards B main. He's going to be spotting one defender. Blackhawk also spots him. So it's going to be Omen up against Omen. And yeah, that's the M42 Esports. They will be taking the 11th round on board. What was a 10-2 scoreline with a difference of 8 rounds has been converted into a 12-11 scoreline with a difference of a single. 1 round, but it means so much. Either we are going to overtime on the very first map, or we are moving on forward. And Reckoning will be taking the win on the map of Ascent. Everything comes down to this. We've got a couple of ultimates. Everyone has got rifles. Everyone has got armor, and everyone is ready.
This M42's chance. They've worked for it very, very hard. The second half has been the stuff of dreams. They need to close it out as a dream and not let it transition into a nightmare. And Hyper, he's given away footsteps. Very crucial for this play. Not panning out because the operator close range, the paranoia. Ay. He's just surrounded with sorrow and dismay. Although this play from RGE, it's a bait towards the A site. Everybody is heading towards the hills, and this might create the best play of the tournament so far. This could be the most successful bait that we've ever seen out of RGE.
Deadly, he gets cold feet. He's like, should I stick it? He does. His teammates are rotating over, but there's from the shadows from Omen right towards both house. If Deadly 10 dies, oof, it's going to be lethal. And Venom goes for a double headshot. Reckoning 2 surviving members, both of them in the bomb site. They have a lot to do right now. Pixel's perfect positioning, but he was spotted. And Deadly also goes. Venom 4K for this man, and he secures overtime for the side of M42 Esports. The first half was a 10-2 favoring Reckoning. The second half, a 10-2 favoring M42. And now we move on forward in towards overtime. So once more, it makes you think that is the team that's going to be on defense the team that will be taking it, as we have seen. 10-2 half, 10-2 half. Is it going to be favoring the defensive side, or is overtime going to be a place where we will see never seen before stuff?
Dude, what I've never seen before is Venom having such good timing. Perfect time, perfect place, perfect play. That's what it required out of M42 to get to this point, to get to overtime. Reckoning Esports, it's gonna be a hit towards B that they might need to fend off. M42 have had very, very massive success towards this mid to B split. although it hasn't started in the most ideal way. Hyper gets completely deleted by that chain gun, and Bad Love
Like,
Spike down
holding
B.
that angle to perfect pinpoint precision finds not only the spike but Venom's head, the hero of the round prior. Like you said, it might just favor the defense, buddy. It seems like RGE on the swap have it figured out, but they need to close it out.
yeah, once more, M42 Esports. I mean, everything has come to a halt, a grinding halt. They are going to be repositioning themselves. It is going to be a two-man push on towards the B bomb side. Market and B main, but once more, the Odin from Rio is there. Shock dots as well, and the spam of the bullets means that M42 have got to fall back. But they've regrouped. Everyone is now here, and it makes you wonder: is it going to be a market and split B push? No, it's going to be A. Reckoning know about this. They already have the manpower. The paranoia has been spotted. And now, all they have to do is hold the angle and watch as the attack is going to their crosses. Denki, Deadly, a kill each. Rix, the top fragger for M42, all alone, gets a double headshot. Good stuff. But with 6 seconds on the clock, can get 3 more. Highly unlikely. It's going to be the Jet getting the final kill. And Reckoning, for the second time in this matchup, are on match point.
Switching sides. Match point.
One round away. But this is where M42, the curveballs have worked. Hyper's given that operator yet again has only one cloudburst to go alongside it. He's been the man to make very big maneuvers. And he yet again needs to maneuver M42 away from an L. Deadly! This is so perfect! He finds them both, and this aggression just cannot be capped. Two-man advantage off the bat, and M42 requiring heroics yet again to be more prominent in this matchup. Otherwise, it's gonna be map 2, baby.
Oh boy. Oh boy, Deadly, come on. You save that for potentially the last round. My god. Amazing stuff right there. And now M42. You know, all of them have repositioned themselves for the retake, but Deadly takes the reference. 4K! Oh, he can't get it, but still, the damage he has done is enough for Reckoning to take the map of 4K to end it. Immense stuff right there. M42. Heartbroken, heartbroken. You can see the expressions, you know, a lot of them. I mean, Blackhawk is and Hyper, all of them, they know how much they put into this one map. They know how much was invested by them mentally. And for it to not pan out in such a way of 14-12 defeat, that's it.
Such
That's Valorant.
heartbreak, dude. They looked so on form during regulation time.
Yep.
Going back to the drawing board, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can attribute this to. Some X factor is not working in your favor. But again, M42 also had that in the bag, right? Flashbacks to the round where Riggs committed the lockdown and the rest of Reckoning just went chasing towards Garden. They weren't able to dispose of the lockdown, and Venom was just able to just easily clean up what was left of them, grab a quad kill of his own. So mistakes made from either side of the aisle, and mistakes capitalized on as well. Ay, ay, ay. Let's quickly head to the highlights to relive this map 1. Again, it came so close with both sides having a very good time on that defense, dude. This could have been a very nice turnaround from M42, and they were set up for it as well, right? Everybody from M42, Rix, Blackhawk, Venom, Hyper, especially in the defense, that guy just did not take no for an answer with the operator. Could have been so much more. Like you said, Valorant, sometimes it's a heartbreaking story, right?
Yeah. You know, so many members from M42, the performances they give, Rix, had like 23, 24 kills. Once more goes to show, be it the chamber, be it the killjoy, Rix 100% deserves that spot of being crowned as one of the best like aimers. I mean, everyone in M42 had great aim. On their defensive side, that was really showcased. And for Reckoning, the same can be said on their own defense. Everyone was popping off. But at the same time, to get 23 kills as a killjoy, man, takes a lot. Rex, immense aim, immense potential. Unfortunate, though, for everyone involved in M42 esports today. But still, it's not all over. We still have the map of Haven, and today we have just seen Reckoning lose that very map to the likes of Revenant Esports, and it was a pretty one-sided loss. I mean, I've got to say 13-4, Revenant had a lot of control. If M42 have, studied that match and watching the WOD when it was happening live, when it was being broadcasted, if they've learned anything that they can execute already, they have to go for it. And then we can talk and theory craft all we want about the third map, Breeze. But for the time being, Haven, I'm still not going to count M42 out because, Reckoning have been defeated there. Just today, as of what? 3, 4, 5, like 4 hours ago or something. Yeah. So considering that, it's not like it's completely a done and done situation for Reckoning. They will have to fight for it 100%, just like they had to on Ascent, just like we went into overtime. But at the same time, M42 will have to put in the same amount of effort, if not double what they have.
God, M42 on Haven now, especially against
Hmm.
RGE, feels like a daunting task, right?
Exactly.
Could have not helped but think about some of these situations in the second half where RGE were very close to a W. If that W would have come earlier, this would have been a very different scoreline. This would have been a very different map one that we did get a witness. So on the contrasting side, we've talked about M42 needing a mental reset. Dude, RGE almost choked a winning map.
That is also true. Yes.
At this point, they kind of needed like the Heimlich maneuver to get out of an uncomfortable situation, and they at least managed to take this W, right? They managed to secure the win, which is the more important aspect of things. They need to reset themselves and see where and what they could attribute some of these losses to, which, in my opinion, a lot of this is circumstantial in the context of how the rotations happened, and more importantly, how unpredictable M42's defense was in the mid game variation. So it can't be that big of an inherent flaw rather than a very good counter that M42 were able to throw in the bag on the back of their mid presence and that always being contested, which won't be the case on Haven, right? On the
Right.
side of Haven, the defense, the type of aggression that you get to see is more calculated, and rotations
Mhm.
are to some extent a little more predictable. Regardless, we can talk all we want, but the players alongside us on the back of a breather are going to be ready to bring you map 2. This has been the LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by ZOTAC, and crucial. Grab your own can of Red Bull, make your own bowl of popcorn, because map 2, we're hoping, is going to be a nail biter.
From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. The legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, everyone, to LG Ultragear presents the Esports Club Challenger Series powered by ZOTAC Gaming alongside Crucial. Check out Crucial for all of your blazing fast storage needs by going down in the description and getting the NVMe SSDs. Meanwhile, we'll be checking out our lower bracket semi-final matchup. Today, one of the teams and their journey in the Challenger Series is coming to an end. And the two teams who are contesting for survival are going to be Reckoning Esports up against M42 Esports. We went through the first map. It was the map of Ascent, chosen by M42, but not won by M42. After a 10-2 lead secured by Reckoning, we went to a 12-12 overtime, where then Reckoning managed to win it. And now, we move on forward to our next map of Haven.
Even a map picked by Reckoning, and for good reason. Reckoning Esports have a very, very good track record on a map like Haven, right? It's a
Yeah.
perfect time for them to just finish off the job they started. The first map, sure, it went sweaty, it went down at the wire. They might have amassed a massive lead that they gave away. Still gonna be a new map. It should be a new Reckoning Esports. It should be a quick reset, and now a lot of pressure being put on M42. As like you said, they're a map away from waving goodbye to their hopes and dreams in the Challenger Series. RGE, their performance so far, even considering the 4 p.m. matchup, it's been a tale of redemption. It's been a tale where they needed to find form at a very dark part, especially in the past matchup, right? The way Deadly was able to completely shut out that defense towards that B side. If he wouldn't have gotten that kill, you could have easily seen it going the other way and we go double overtime. So it's
Mhm.
not something that they can be fully comfortable with. At this point, RGE, it's going to be base fundamentals that might give them a little more of a propellant. You can't really consistently win out with these kind of plays that RGE are making, right? And I have to give it to the other side as well. M42, Venom, and Hyper, two players who were so valuable to the defense, where that being the crucial piece of the puzzle changed the way that RGE needed to approach those rounds. So, in the case of this context, you need Hyper and Venom to continue their spree of dominance. Riggs chimed in as well. This was the best version of M42 that we got to see on their defense. And hopefully, that's something that carries over because on Haven, they're going to be starting off on the defense duty as well. They're going to be hoping to bag that pistol.
Oh, 100%. Reckoning, they've realized that the pistol round can really set the entire dynamic of the half. I mean, from what both of the teams have seen on the map of Ascent, it has been that the team that ends up getting the pistol eventually builds such a large lead. Now, I don't think it's going to be the same case for Haven. I really don't expect like another 10-2, 10-2 half. But overall, the pistol, the anti-eco, more often than not, they have been going similar. We did see in our previous matchup today, when it was RNT up against Reckoning, is that Reckoning went for a forced buy in the second round after losing their pistol. That was a very risky maneuver, and unfortunately for their side, it did not end up going their way. So keep that in mind. I've got to say that right now, yeah, both of the teams, they're not looking to take a risk. For the side of M42 Esports, they want to be in the map of Haven for as long as possible. They need as many rounds, and risking it early on means that you're putting yourself, or you may put yourself in a scenario like another 10-2, which is a problem, a big problem, as we have seen. So, keeping that in mind, the teams, in my opinion, are going to play it very, very safe. Like Haven is going to be plain simple Valorant, and the teams will be making sure they do not make any major mistakes, and they keep to the basics, they keep it simple, and just try and win like that. Because with Reckoning being so close to reaching the lower bracket finals and getting a spot and competing against Enigma means a lot to them. M42, they've got their lives on the line. If they lose this, they're out of the Challenger series. So we all can understand the gravity of the situation. Therefore, we can understand why exactly would the teams like to play safe and not take a big gamble.
Yeah, not take a big gamble, right? We're gonna get to
Mhm.
see an idea of even if there's gonna be a gamble, especially with the veto. Maybe this is where M42 find an upper hand. Let's quickly head into the
Yeah.
agent select and see who's going to be on what. Expecting Rix to maybe change up the role a little bit from the Killjoy to maybe that Chamber. Because again, we've seen him on the Today Force, we've seen him on the Operator. Man has been an absolute beast, but he has the team around him this time, right? At least in the context of today's matchup, it feels like Venom is more proactive. It feels like Hyper is more proactive. It feels like Blackhawk is chiming in from a lot of different rounds. So, unlike the previous few instances where we've seen M42, this time it's Rix alongside his comrades who are able to all very actively make a difference in some of these rounds. And oh, big difference, dude. We're gonna get the chamber on either side. No killjoy on Haven. That's nice.
Yeah, again, makes sense earlier as well. It was Bad Luck who went to the chamber when Reckoning were playing against R&T. And now it's the same thing. I don't think, yeah, no, Reckoning's composition hasn't changed at all. So it has to be their playstyle that they're looking to change and, eventually figuring all that stuff out. So keeping that in mind, I gotta say, I am looking forward to seeing how this leans forward because honestly, there is only a single difference that we have. It's going to be on the side of M42, they have got Sky, and on the side of Reckoning Esports, we have got KO. That is it. Otherwise, practically, it is a mirror composition. So, with that being said, you can't really expect too many changes in playstyle. Yes, Sky versus KO is always a heated debate. Yes, the agents are quite different, but at the same time, the remaining four remain the same. Therefore, many of those strats are going to be focused on similar methods of execution and attack and defense as well.
This time M42 with that Sky into the picture. I feel like M42 are a team that loves to pick and prod, right? They love to take fights. Sky offers you the heal. Sky offers you information. Sky offers you setup. So I see why they would draft in the Sky in this sense. Let's hope that it's something that brings them success as Hyper. He spams his way through that window, does a decent bit of damage, and they're not able to find time. And Blackhawk, maybe if he was a second too early. And Bad Love is setting up to deal with that aggression. Meanwhile, a similar tale for Venom. He buys a little bit of time with that smoke, but the paranoia, it pushes them back. It pushes them back to play retake, and this is a 5v5 retake. Not something that we get to see quite often in a pistol round.
Absolutely not. But M42, they're gonna go for it. The post-bomb positioning of Reckoning, I mean, they have one person still in the bomb, so that's going to be Deadly 10, taking the initial gunfights, and he gets both the headshots. Ooh, that's crispy, because now M42, their numbers are dwindling down to 2 members right now. Bad Luck, he's still kicking about. Rix, his location has been spotted, and is there going to be a flawless pistol win? I mean, Blackhawk's the only survivor, but he won't be surviving for a long time. Has been spotted. Penky has a bit of fun, and he gets the job done. Flawless pistol win, and they got the spike down. Reckoning, very confident, and economically doing very well.
Doing really well, but they need to continue this, right? Venom and Co, they have this tendency of sometimes pulling off thrifties. And now that Rix is on the chamber, it gives them the opportunity to set up for an early fight, see where that goes, and then maybe play off the rotations. They might be in the interest to grab that early gun as well. Everybody from M42 stacked against this A site, and they're looking for such play. Perfect use of the 0 point. They essentially knew what they were going for, and Rix is like, maybe another day. They're falling back, but this does not mean Reckoning Esports have information, right? They did not know about the stack just as of yet. They make the wise call.
Oh, yeah, they have. I think they figured that M42, if they're going for a play, they are going for a stack. And exactly as soon as they saw the Jet playing towards A shot, they must have thought that, wait, if Jet is playing such a passive role, it must mean that so many members would have been affected by that 0 point. Ergo, why Reckoning Esports have chosen to entirely rotate over. Now Venki going to be taking initial gunfight, gets one, can he escape? Once more suppresses, flashes, peeks. No, doesn't he just yet. He's going to go for a flash and push. It's not gonna work though. Here's Rio from behind, and oh, he's going to get blasted to oblivion with that shorty. Blackhawk now the only person alive. In the previous round, he couldn't do much being the final survivor. In this instance though, he has a better chance. He can take another person down with him.
Oh, doink though. 9 HP. And now his only alternative is to play this close range. There we go.
Oh,
And just to find himself one. And this is an expensive round here for Reckoning. They have lost them a lot of weaponry. And are going to be in the vicinity to maybe reinvest or only slightly invest. And I think they're going to go for... Yeah, they're going to make Deadly, whip out the blades. They're making do with minor investments. And that's all it's going to be.
right.
Camel on Rio and the blades on Deadly. These are the two players who can make a big difference on this round.
Again, so let's see them in action. Now, earlier we saw that he can get a 4K with these blades. This time, nah, nothing for him. Venom denies him any opportunity. He's still in the corner. Unfortunately, misses his shots. That means that a Vandal has been dropped. That means a gun that can be picked up by the side of Reckoning Esports. The spike's gonna go down. And once more, M42 allow this plant. Oh, bad luck. No! He misses his shots, and M42 have a good chance at this retake. They just have to position themselves and not give away kills.
Tingered. Left this to it one man advantage. And M42, they're able to work on the back of each other. Utility done to perfection there. As they get information and then go in for confirmation. They get the first round. Things started off well, bro, in the first map. It didn't turn out well, though, in the first half. They need to continue this, and that's what's going to be the important part, right? RGE, they have the trend of maybe losing the bonus, but hitting back harder than ever. This is what M42 need to actually fight. This is where they need to bring in their A game.
Yeah, M42 have got to make sure. They won one round, got to make it 2, then 4, and so on and so forth. So they can't stop. They have to keep on going and just hitting and damaging Reckoning every step of the way. You know, Reckoning members, 4 of them line up towards C long. And the firing of the bullets from 4 different guns enough to make anyone fall back within 20 steps. Venom completely concussed, but he still manages that one down on towards Venki. But he is going to be revived. In the meanwhile, Deadly gets another kill, and M42, once more, their numbers are dwindling without any form of retaliation whatsoever. That's the 3rd for this Chet. And Deadly 10, he's looking to complete the ace that he couldn't on Ascent. No, not anymore. Blackhawk is on his own spree of kills.
If this round turns around, be a big issue. Are they expecting Venka's play? Oh, Venka just about managed to outduel. Nice try though. Blackhawk did his very best to redeem whatever was left in that round, but there was very little to begin with. Fast play towards the C site. And they're able to find the trade. They're able to find that revived more crucially. I can't believe that they were able to dodge all those bullets, find that revive, and allow the reset to happen.
Yeah.
And look at the outcome. Look at the economic despair M42 yet again are going to be stuck in. This has been RGE's trump card. They might lose the bonus, but they don't give 2 hoots. They're going to try removing as much of your economy as possible. And then when they're on the buy, they're going to land that fatal blow that cuts your hope of rebuttaling in the first half to less than 50%. That's essentially a good segment of the first half secured, right? On the back of whatever game plan that they have. The rest, it could be based on how this game turns out. And for now, a nice frag through that smoke that just about managed to land. But Deadly's body, it bites the dust a little early. They've completely conceded control at A as well, so it's possible for them to retrieve that rifle. And M42 slowly starting to mount a fight back.
So many times you've seen a team completely lose traction within 3 or 4 seconds. Just multiple kills not going their way or going their way. In this instance, it's going to be a push in towards Garage. The paranoid did hit, but
Oh,
now
no.
Venom won't be getting killed. Unfortunate for Rix as well. There was one person who had a rifle. That was Sai, who had the Vandal, but unfortunately, one was all he was good for. And yeah, when you're in a situation like that all alone, you get to trade best outcome possible. The final surviving members of M42, they can do something. I mean, after all, it is a 2 versus 3. A little bit of legwork by Hyper, who doesn't have a lot of utility, can still, if he plays it on the basis of his raw aim, it can end in a good result. But M42 really have to send it, because utility is something both the members are lacking. There goes one of the guiding lights, but two Vandals, two different players, two different headshots, same outcome. It's going to be M42 losing out on that round. It was only a semi-buy, a couple of rifles were there. Now they're looking for a far, far better outcome, because not only do they have the operator, not only do they have 4 rifles, but they have 2 ultimates already unlocked and 2 ultimates almost there. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury and the Tour de Force.
The Tour de Force needs... I feel like that's one part of what's going to make the difference, but it's more of a macro problem here M42 is suffering from. The way that they're able to root out early aggression here, Reckoning, it's been pretty, I'd say, standard so far, and M42, they've not been able to find that much of a rebuttal just yet. Yet again, they try to play it a little ultra aggressive, but it just doesn't pan out. Wherever they go for information, it's very, very well accounted for. Dudley! The wrong tailwind to commit. Although his team has found substantial grounds towards mid and B, which now is going to be their area of interest. They've yet again captured this B site. This aggression. Hyper, he's not going to be expecting it one. Oh, he whiffed his shot, and he's able to make his way back as well.
Spike planted.
Top needs to find the skill, and Pavlov yet again, such heads up play. Nice try.
Player standing.
Nice attempt. Hyper, 21 HP, operator. Yeah, we all can understand he's gonna go for the save, but bigger problems than just saving an operator to the side of M42 Esports. The thing is, again, they invested so much into this round, but it hasn't led to a proper outcome. Oh no. Oh, he gets the shot. Excellent, excellent kill on Leo right there. But they're going to hunt him down. His location is known. He has to opt for the reload onto the classic, but Venki secures the kill with the right click. That means that the operator is not going to be moving on forward in the next round. I was saying that there are bigger problems than just the operator, but now the problem is the operator itself as well. It's not going to be there for M42 Esports. They are really scraping the bottom of the barrel, trying to collect every single penny they can to afford good weapons. And once more, their buy is not isn't adequate, to put it mildly. Yeah, head on to Sheriffs, Spectres, half armor, no armor. It's just not it. Reckoning Esports constantly and consistently, they are building these rounds.
Oh, Hyper though. A good start. Deadly's out of the server. Banker waiting to line himself up with a flash. Has the opportunity to fall back, but he's going to rely on this aggression to pan out, and it almost did. Hyper so close to death. They have the overgrowth, so it's possible for them to commit to that heal, although it's not in the most ideal of positions. Bucky close range, this is ideal. This needs to find success. Blackhawk, he's hoping that they are gonna negate this angle. Of course, he's gonna think that they're gonna clear to the right, which is the right play he made. He's good for one, and he's set up for Venom success. He gets the first, and that's all he needed to find from there. He finds that double. This could have gotten nasty if Venom did not find that trade, because the C-side was open for business technically. If they find that frag, there's a start. And where there's a start, we've often seen Reckoning Esports deliver that finish. M42, a good thrifty that they're able to pull off the bag, but they need a lot more from where that came from. 5-2. This first half, even though the last round went in that fashion, still in the favor of Reckoning.
Yes. And we've seen M42 want to come back when they're down 2 to 10. So certainly 2 to 5 shouldn't be that big of a problem. The only thing is they need to get going. As soon as that happens, then they can move on forward. They just need to find that footing early on and then go for it. Now, Pixels towards heaven right now. Rex, great shot onto Bad Luck. Still positioning himself towards a shot. Final chance of getting a kill. He doesn't. He has to escape, but he's caught in doing so. Reckoning Esports have side control. Now they certainly do. Black Hawk is going to be contesting it. And the chances are that AM42 just entirely win it in a matter of seconds. While there was an important fight going on towards a shot involving that operator, everyone in the roster of M42 rotated almost instantly to the A bomb side, and they flooded the bomb side before Reckoning could even plant the spike, which is why the defenders won that round as well. Looking good.
About results, right? Big one there. A big crucial win. Because now you can realistically see the stretch out to a 5-5. And that's what Reckoning is used to not
Play, let's play.
The 34s on the hands of RGE. On the hands of that Love, who finds that peak. Venom needed to be careful about what kind of fights he can offer long range. Not spotted this though. Blackhawk completely unaccounted for. And he's got the chance of finding timing. Oh, he does. And so does Deadly. Nice tap.
Oh.
I think the recon stuck on him. Yeah. Room though, and that was something that Blackhawk wasn't able to work with. They find the trades, they find each,
Last player
and
standing.
they find control. Deadly, what was that? Falling from the sky, and a blade
Spike planted.
with Hyper's name written all over it. A 1 versus 2. What do you have to offer, Rex? Headhunter out in the hand, and he has the operator. Do you think this warrants a save?
I mean, from the looks of it, he's going forward. Makes you wonder how goes to the Phantom. So he is going to be committing. He's narrowly missing him, but he has been dinged. This may just be his end. Yeah, Pixels secures the kill. 50-round win for the side of Reckoning. M42. Any hopes that they have, have been stopped temporarily, be it at the very least, but stopped nonetheless. M42 need to discuss over how they can make sure that the winning streak that was there, that the potential that was there, keeps on moving forward, because Reckoning, they have sensed an opportunity and they're going to make sure that they seize it. They don't give it away, they don't give it back, because we know how lethal M42 can be if they're the ones who are winning. Both of the teams, Ascend was just one-sided all along, so it doesn't need to happen again, as we are seeing Reckoning trying to somehow to push on the C-bomb side. They're still committing for it. They have lost one of their members. The Jet is gone, the Dive Agent is no more, and Blackhawk gets a kill, but those are 2 kills that just go in favor of the attackers. Potentially more. Sai has to find his way around the bomb site. No, he can't. It is a 2 versus 4 now. Once more.
This is so problematic. Again, M42 in a position where they need to contemplate a save, right? That operator, it needs to provide results. And RGE are a little clever about their approach. They're essentially avoiding that operator and making it more of a liability, as it would be on a retake situation. Nice try. Banka playing aggressive, but ends up getting punished. Rix finds himself a gun. Again, these are crucial pieces that he can save to the next round and then make big impact with. Oh, knew exactly where Rix was coming from and sends him back in a body bag yet again.
Here.
Badlove has been performing very well for his team. He's standing a good chance to improving on his MVP standings.
Oh no.
No, Hyper. They managed to save nothing.
Yep. That's done. They won't be getting anything moving on forward into the next round, so they have to go for the bye. But then again, we're coming to a close. It is going to be the second last round, in the penultimate round of the first half. Credit economy starts to matter less and less. It's just about how many rounds can you get on board. And for M42, if they can get a 7-5, it's honestly not going to be that bad. 8-4, I mean, that's the similar score we've been seeing all over in this in the previous Fester 3 as well, 8-4. But anything more, Reckoning will really have an advantage. 7-5 is going to be the optimal spot for M42, and they can achieve it. The only thing is, they've got to win this round. Blackhawk clashes. And what is Reckoning's plan? Because they have shown presence towards A. Bad Love, very vulnerable spot, very open spot right now, just trying to look. But Rix is holding that very angle, waiting and watching. And Hyper does exactly that. It pays off for him, and it does for Rix as well. So M42 in an extremely comfortable situation because all they're doing is just watching where Reckoning are playing and then countering from that exact place.
This is a very well-timed flank from Blackhawk. Should secure this round.
Remaining.
And this should be M42 yet again mitigating danger. The way they're supposed to close out these rounds, right? 7-4. They're on the
Last
verge of
round
bringing a
before the
7-5
switch.
half. And in my opinion, I think a 7-5 half is still a decent half considering the start that M42 had, right? It's certainly a road to redemption, a road to better ways, more for them to work with than they did get in Ascent, which, mind you, the comeback that they needed to fuel was quite the comeback. It was a very upward battle. I still see this a possibility in the books of M42, but I hope that they're in good vicinity and good mindset to secure it.
Exactly. It's possible. That's the thing. It's not highly unlikely or anything like that. Just need a bit of work to get it through and through. As Pixels goes for his classic infamous from your shadows ultimate in towards heaven, and you've got M42 members who are looking to counter him. They'll be peeking a pair right here. And yeah, Pixels hopefully knows it is far too dangerous to stay there, and the location has been given off. So Reckoning know that a lot of the members are towards heaven to spam all utility there. Venki, oh, he peeks wide with the flash. He gets one, but it has instantly been traded out. And Reckoning are looking to hold off this push, and they are doing so on the back of Prio and Pixels holding the crossfire. One from Hell, one from the side of Boxes. No one from M42 were expecting those positions, and this means that Reckoning Esports up against M42. The half comes to an end, 8-4.
Do you think M42 did enough in the first half? I think that now on the back of this duo, they still stand a good chance of turning the table.
Yeah.
The guy is still very valuable on the attack. Given that you're on the attacking side, you get the liberty of choosing where you want to commit to a fight. You know, you get to pick which fights you take and which fights you don't. And on the back of having that advantage, having this guy to take a fight, fall back, heal back, and then go for the second fight, that's what they're looking forward to doing. They're looking forward to setting up well in the first initial segment of the round, playing that mid game based on duels, and then making their decisive move. Or at least on the surface, that's what you'd assume. A lot of footsteps towards this A side, and Rio call for backup. They're not going to play retake here, which is interesting. They're committing, especially Rio. Ooh. Delightful tap.
Oh, another headshot. This time it's going to be Venki going off. And now the spike is going to be planted from the side of M42. Nothing can prevent that. Reckoning looking for a retake, but the problem is they need to find an avenue. There is Deadly 10 on heaven. He is watching every single corner possible. Bad Love. He should know about the position. He should swing wide. He spots one. He spots two. Great headshot with the headhunter. Looking for another. No, he can't find it. The ghost reigns supreme. And it's all down to Pixels, who spots another member. 1 versus 1. But Blackhawk's location is relatively unknown. No utility to work with. Has to wait another 8 seconds for that smoke. He can't really waste that much time. He's going to fake it. Blackhawk already knows. And yeah, M42 Esports, they'll be taking the pistol round. Great triple kill from the sky. That's going to be 5-8, potentially becoming a 6-8.
Are you kind of jinxing yourself there?
I mean,
Have
it's the
bad luck.
anti-eco. Yeah, but no, I think I've got faith in M42. I mean, it is the anti-eco. It's got it's 2 sheriffs up against Spectre's full armor. I really don't think it's going to go the other way. But you know what? Hey, I'd love for Reckoning to prove me wrong if they can win this thrifty against M42.
Open to debate, eh? Well,
Mm-hmm.
M42, they're gonna be doing what they did similarly on Ascent. They want to take the slope, they want to hold out for aggression, and they want to take this fight on a very, very comfortable turf. They don't want to be forcing the issue here, and they certainly aren't. Very, very upfront position held by RGE all across the map. They have aggression through C long. They are completely giving up the B side, playing it for retake, and they have a spotter towards A long to try and gain just a little bit of information with. So they're trying to contest aggression only at one spot. When you have less to do with, you need to do it in a smarter way to get your results.
Oh, better results can be expected, but going for them, it's a completely different task and actually pushing for them. So in the meanwhile, you've got M42 who are taking
30
this
seconds
extremely
left.
slowly, but now with 30 seconds on the clock, they'll be like, all right, it's time to go for a rapid execute. But Reckoning know about this, and they'll be looking to counter it head on. The thing is that by the time Reckoning realize what's going on, M42 already in the bomb site, looking for more. And yeah, this round seems done and dusted. The attackers have total autonomy over the bomb site. They've got better guns. They're forcing out the defenders. The guns are just not going to be enough for the situation Reckoning are in, because all three of the members are right here. Outside of defender spawn, outside of heaven, peeking the same angles, trying to get a kill, but bad luck being in heaven can try something. No, not going to work out. Deadly also has to fall back, hope for an exit frag. Not happening. M42, simple yet efficient anti-eco from their side.
I like how M42 have kept us flawless, right? Not lost a single member. Very, very good on their books. This, however, is where RGE are gonna be at least statistically on an upper hand. They've managed to convert a lot of their first buy rounds into Ws, and they're investing down to the last penny. Every single player has what he needs. Maybe, yeah, a decent bit of them have a compromise when it comes to shields. They have to invest in light shields and make sure utility is going to be the name of their game. For a lot of time, it is. So, RGE, they're in a position now where they can make the difference. And this is where M42 need to answer strong. This is where they need to be assertive. It's all reliant on them finding success in a round like this, or else RGE can just prod away to double digits without M42 able to even tickle them.
Exactly. M42. They can keep on building. They can keep on getting more and more of those rounds. It's just a matter of if they can do it, and they certainly can. But yeah, it's very different in theory when you're thinking if it's possible in practicality, because from last map's overtime that we witnessed, a lot, and I mean a lot, can change instantly in a matter of mere seconds if it's not completely there, if it's sly in there. So
Oh no,
M42
timing.
once more, they are ready for an A take, and to their surprise, they may just find the bomb site empty. There is one person here. Is going to be Rio once more towards heaven, and he spots one of the members going towards hell, but the spike is going to be planted relatively quickly. Yes, it will. And Reckoning, they don't have any ultimate, and they are in the same position. They're not going for a flank. They're not trying anything.
No.
They're just peeking from heaven, from defender spawn. It's not gonna work in their way. Pixels gets one kill, and Rio gets another. Oh, wait, hold on. It may just go their way. Yeah, they're winning gunfights left, right, and center. Hyper has to keep stock, and he does. Triple kill for this man. Pixels is all alone, but nobody knows about him. He gets one. Can he get another? No, he can't. M42 Esports manage to still secure the round.
Our A side was utter pandemonium. Dogfight, left, right, center. And Hyper, God knows how he can dance so stylishly between death. It looked like Hyper was in such a one and done position, right? All the way tucked down towards hell, not a position where you're able to find so much success because of how easy it is to isolate your fight. And man just does it like there's no regard. for what common sense is. That's certainly got to be sending a message to M42. Bad Love has that tour de force. They have it in a round where they so crucially need that W. They need to deny M42 this equalizer and then themselves get close to double digits if they're looking for an early end in this matchup. They've conceded control towards Garage, but they've supplemented this defense towards C. It's ample by the numbers, but this was so well read. M42, they continue that trend to rotate late towards the A side, and it's been their preferred side to hit. RGE, are they gonna yet again be playing retake? No! Why?
I've got your trail.
So out in the open, Bad Love also missing the shots, and everyone from Reckoning now fallen through. Now Pixels can get one kill. Wait.
Spike planted.
No, don't.
no!
Dude.
Oh.
Okay. Nah. He deserved. Pixels, no! You could have saved your rifle. Could have fallen back. Nah, that's... No.
Look at Hyper laugh. She's like, dude, this guy really tried to knife me? Lol. You're wrecked. Oh god. This is so... Why it around like this? They had a chance to do more damage.
Yeah.
Oh no. Just rubbing my eyes. Palm in my face. And Reckoning Esports choose to play this early part aggressive. I'm surprised that M42 weren't ready for that kind of commitment. Pixels? Paranoia, he actually teleports towards the correct corner. If he wasn't blinded, that could have been a very different play. Venka good to get one. Pixels on the trade, and back in the nick of time, rotates in towards the back side. It's all on Venom. Finds the first, minimal damage taken. Makes this a possible task. Although he has retreated, and they're very well aware. Deadly, he's gonna be positioned. Knows that the TP is committed in total. Has the tailwind activated for safety's sake. They find this round. Holy hell. A very valiant effort by M42. I love the utility commitment there, and it was almost a done deal. But they didn't anticipate this kind of an early rotation. The fact that Badla was able to get there and ate this hold, which belonged for so much time, aided Pixels to not only make chaos, but also thrive on the chaos that he built. His shrouded step movement was so perfect.
Yeah. It was. And now M42, they've been stopped, albeit temporarily, by Reckoning Esports. Still just waiting, and they seem to have this newfound confidence for you. He's got to survive. Oh, he's got a supportive Venki who gets one kill, swings wide once more. That's another kill for him. And Bad Love is now there as reinforcements in the bomb side. Excellent headshot. It's Jet all by herself. What can Hyper really do? Venki is getting live information about the whereabouts, but Hyper isolates one gunfight. Essentially, yeah, it is a 1 versus 1. Pixels and his location is not known. He can wait, but he shows his location. He peeks. Bullets have been fired, and Pixels goes for a fake, but Hyper, he just retreats.
Does have his ultimate if he needs to commit to, let's say, a quick rotation. So has the luxury of playing the slow here. Pixels. Hyper has two choices, either the C side or the B side, and he chooses to opt that B side plant. Nice, Pixels. Committing that TP. Hyper, information not really on his side. His senses though were tingling, and this clutch, they're gonna be fortunate that they found it. Equalizer denies either side double digits. And we go the distance. Map 2, we expected it to be a much more comfortable affair for Reckoning Esports, but that's far from the case. M42, a very strong showing in the second map that I don't think either of us expected it to be so strong. And they are in a very good position to contest for that map 3 of Breeze.
For the time being, that seems like it is going to be the possibility. For the time being, Breeze seems the likely outcome. Unless Reckoning can do something about it. Now, bad luck. He has spotted Hyper. The Owl drone goes through as well. Spots multiple members. And just waiting. Bad luck's still out in the open after he was concussed. Holding this angle, sees the sky, misses. Venki though, he's not going to be peeking. He's waiting. He spots one of them, but he didn't expect the second. And bad luck, way he still gets the shot into Hyper. Hyper had the rifle, but no, it's going to be the Torre Force getting the kill. Pixels manages 1 kill onto Sai and tags Venom. Good stuff.
Spike.
But now the spike, yeah. Oh, it is with the Reckoning Esports.
Deadly. I don't think they have a single idea that he's gonna be behind this box. Oh, he spots him. No, that was their chance. Rix is not able to convert, and it's left Venom in a very, very uncomfortable 1 versus 2. Regardless which side he opts to go, there is a fight waiting for him. And Reckoning,
30 seconds left.
a very, very easy chance for them to take this Thrifty home. Venom tagged and nearly bagged. He's gonna commit the rotation, going all the way to the C site.
Cover going out.
He has to lay down the fruits of a very, very important and big clutch. Is this M42's road back, or is this their trail out the door? That's the important question. And he's played position to misinformation. The plant towards defender spawn, but this early peak is anticipated by Rio. They managed to get thrifties, they managed to get shorty kills, and they managed to get double digits when they're on match point essentially. Because let's face it, M42, the only trump card that they have now is that Tote Force and that Blade Storm. I think on the back of that trump card, they should be able to divide the money they have to make ends meet. Utility gonna be a small disadvantage, but rounds, and more importantly pressure, adding to the tally. The only difference is the pressure keeps increasing, the rounds don't.
Yep. That's the thing. Round tally keeps going up by 1. Sometimes you, sometimes your opposition, but when it does to your opposition, a lot of pressure, like you mentioned. Now, we have a full-blown execute right here from the members of M42. Hyper looks away, but he still gets 1 kill. Rio and Deadly 10. They get authorization over the spike. How exactly do M42 collect it? Because everyone in Reckoning is on the B bomb site. Yes, you have the location of one of the members, but Deadly 10 still gets the kill. And now a crossfire has been set up, which allows the trade to happen. You have Rix from behind, pushing on, pressing on forward, but even he's gonna be a casualty. And Reckoning Esports now have 11 rounds.
2 rounds away from taking a 2-0. And Reckoning Esports, now, are they gonna face that Blade and the Defos? I think they should be in a position where M42 are gonna play that aggressive style. They're gonna let Hyper off the leash, and they're gonna allow Rix to be more comfortable. Rix, I feel like in this map hasn't really gotten off to a best start, and that's translated into his result, right? 7 kills
You want to play?
throughout the
Let's play.
entire half. Early aggression through short. This is a quick play from M42 towards his ace side, and Hyper is pretty soon gonna get his blades back online as well. The foes should have the upper hand in that engagement, and Hyper backs off before he's tagged. This is uncomfortable for everybody involved in this A-side defense and offense. Things are by the edge of a sword.
Oof. It's a sword that can split bullets right now, with the tension that is there, with the sharpness, and with everything that the players are fighting for, with the scenario that has been created. So, once more, M42 Esports, they're ready for the take, they're ready for the execute, they're waiting for an opportunity of finding an avenue. Are they going to get it? Rio and his location not given off. However, there's Hyper with the Blade Storm, and he secures the kill. Venki's still into the bomb site, but not for long. Even his kill has been traded out, and Pixels just went down in. Now Deadly, his location is finally known to the attackers. and M42 Esports have to play against him because of the fact that he is such an immovable presence, especially with the operator. Bad love in the meanwhile. He's going to be moving on forward. Wait, what? How does he hit that? He gets that kill. Bad luck with the Vandal in this case. He'll be good for one, but M42 do secure the round, but I'm sorry. What?
Grotesque. Let's see it. Let's see it again. This one, yeah, cool, man. You missed some, you hit some. That? Oh, disgusting. Flip and a half. Double digits, though, more importantly now for M42. One round is the deficit, and Venka and co have to reinvest down to the last penny yet again. RGE, the economy that the small economy at least that they got, now down to rubble yet again. They have the guns, though, to redeem not only the money, but also all the honey and sweetness off of victory, as they will be hitting map and match point if they do so. They've got that man advantage cool. But this mid-round aggression, it could turn on its tail. Look at the positioning on Venka. If he's discovered here on the back of that tail place, life will get a whole lot more uncomfortable. Although he is overlooked. Okay. Room and opportunity presents itself. It's like Moses and the Black Sea. It just opens and allows Venka to traverse in not only safety, but in full transparency of what the setup was. He manages to get a kill and fall back. Two-man advantage. Reckoning Esports, biggest trump card that they've had this entire half, and in a very, very nice step that they've gotten it. In the step that puts the finishing line in kissing distance.
30 seconds left.
It does. They're so close to victory. This round almost feels like there's now more than ever, as Hero and Deadly 10 just clean up duty for their side, like you mentioned. Flawless round means that the likes of Reckoning, yeah, in a very, very good scenario. But you can still see they have not accepted victory just yet, as we just saw on the player cam. As for M42, a lot of discussion. M42, everyone watching, are a single round away from potentially being out of the Challenger series, and you can see the stress getting to them. I mean, Sai, visual example of that, and everyone can understand this feeling. You are so close, dude. M42, they reached 14 to 12 in the first map. From being down 8 rounds, they went into overtime and lost. Here, they have won 10 rounds again, but they're on the brink of losing. You can understand the frustration they have and why exactly, you know, they are discussing so much, as it seems like there's going to be a small tech pause from the side of Reckoning Esports. Hopefully they figure it out as soon as possible. But yeah, both the teams getting a little bit of a much needed talk down in this heated and tense moment.
This is one of the worst times to have a pause, dude. It allows M42 now to reset, right? I mean, M42 had an equal counter. When Bad Love had that issue in the first map, it kind of took that map away from them. To some extent, you could say that, although that kind of is invalidated. Now they have that opportunity. Sai is being quite vocal, and Blackhawk and Venom alongside Hyper are enjoying this. You can see the laughter, right? One guy clearly vocal, but not in the sense that you'd imagine. The rest just enjoying it. Kind of like my duo partner, you know? Sometimes it's kind of fun to get them on their gears. When they're grinding it, you're enjoying it. On the side of Reckoning, things look so relaxed, dude. Venki, Rio, Bad Love. That's a deadly.
I think it's more about like the gravity of the situation that's there as well. Maybe, I mean, I'm just seeing what's going on from their faces, but like they understand just how much pressure there is. They understand the consequences of winning Haven, losing Haven, what happens. So yeah, I guess you know, they don't need to go over exactly what's happening. Maybe their coach Sharky is telling them something as well, or maybe they're just waiting for Bad Luck to get through with his tech issue and, you know, just get back. And hopefully we're back into it. We can resume within a matter of seconds. Everyone is ready. M42 a round away from being eliminated, 2 rounds away from going into overtime, 2 rounds, 1 overtime, and a map away from moving on forward and meeting against Enigma in the lower bracket finals.
This opportunity now, M42, they have next to nothing. They have what? 2 Guardians,
Here.
2 Vandals on half shields, and Sai having decked out utility and investment. Cool. But Venka and co, RGE look flushed with money. Sure, they don't have any ultimates, but Rio alongside Pixels are dangerously close to their respective ones, so something that you can't really take for granted. No armor, dude. This is a little bothersome.
Right, Rex is still going to be pushing. He's got the Guardian. Like I said, no armor, risky. Deadly 10 knows about him. He spots him. Oh, headshot. No trade on this kill. But in the meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you've got Blackhawk, who secures the opener for M42. Skills have been traded. Bad luck entirely flashed right now. He also has to fall back. The spike still over attacker spawn means that M42, they are just pushing, they are just waiting for kills, and they are getting that, but they are also taking hits, they are also getting damage, and they have infiltrated all the way towards defender spawn, but the spike is still yet to be retrieved. What exactly is going on? Who's going to discover each other's positions first? Because you can see you still have Rio, who is in a shot, and I don't think anyone knows about him just yet.
Oh, Hyper! You talked about it. He knows it. He deals with
30
it.
seconds left.
Should have that overgrowth, so healing his teammate up. The right call to do. Angle held perfectly. 11 to 12. They manage to claw their way back up to a 1-round deficit. A do or die for M42. And Reckoning Esports call the timeout. They find a minute to discuss on how they want to close it out. They have the money to do so. Rio, his investment's not going to be as plentiful as maybe Venkat's. And Pixels also has to make a small compromise. So it's not all, sunflowers and sunshine on the side of RGE. With M42's clumsy buy, they were able to pull off such a maneuver. That's what I'm so surprised by. On all the other occasions when they had the utility, when they had the weaponry, when they had the trump card, when they had the rounds, it didn't happen. But in a round like this, when things got desperate, they pulled off a desperate move, and it's given them a lifeline into this matchup, into this tournament, more importantly.
Lifeline sometimes is all you need. You just need the revival, and then you will be going beast mode. You will be getting those skills. That's exactly what M42 are relying on as well. So now the tactical pause is over. We will be starting off round number 24. Either we're going to overtime once more, or it's going to be a 13-11 win for Reckoning. Hyper wasting no time getting that map control, focusing more towards A long, and once more M42, they are not progressing forward, maintaining angles. The same strategy they had on defense on ascent is being applied. Hold the angles, plain and simple. And then sooner rather than later, Reckoning will show their faces. That's when you kill them. That's when you find the opportunity. That's exactly what M42 are thinking of. They're using their utility, spreading it all over the map, keeping Reckoning on the foot as to where exactly the attackers are hitting. Reckoning will keep on thinking, are they on A? How many on B? Where's the spike? What are the rotations? Etc, etc. And you want to keep the guessing game going, but if it hits your own clock, then you've got to be like, okay, boys, it's time to start with the rapid attack. And that's exactly what M42 are going for. They've realized no one in Reckoning is going to be peeking. Might as well execute onto the A-bomb side. Exactly what's going to be happening now.
Tailwind in towards the side. Hyper just about gets punished, but Bad Love's not able to make good use of his position, the bottom end of the trade, and Venka's able to keep his team a little more relevant. Paranoia buys just a little time. Enough time for Venka to then recompose himself, but he's not able to close the deal. Pixels. 1 versus 2 required to close this
seconds.
here.
With
And
the
now,
spike!
time is all the essence. Oh no! TP back towards the side. Pixels knows.
He has to
Riggs has to
pound.
come into the fight or
No!
the plug. This is done. This is
No!
dusted. Reckoning Esports dust M42 out of the
What?
lower bracket and out of the Challenger Series.
Oh, you can see it on their faces. You can see it on their faces. They know it was the spike. That's frustrating right there. I'm frustrated, and I'm not even a part of M42. You understand the severity of that one mistake. One mistake. It was a 1 versus 2, OG. It was a 1 versus 2. Pixels shouldn't have gone there. I mean, you can Venki as well. You can see Deadly. They know what has just happened.
Why?
The spike.
Oh, the age-old enemy. Oh, it curses you in your ranked game. It curses you in your pro game. It curses you everywhere you go. 13-11 finish. Dude, this got me PTSD all the way to map 1. I assumed that another overtime, another ordeal, another chance. But who? Pixels and his clutch. We found a lot more plays like this throughout the journey, man. And let's quickly relive the... How do you even put this? The roller coaster journey that we had in this matchup?
I mean, this was like 50 G's worth of roller coaster. Like everyone went through emotions after seeing this. Psychologically, this was a lot more taxing on me than anything. My God. Started off in such a normal way. Had the pistol, had the anti-eco. Everyone filled with innocence, not knowing to be prepared to to exactly be prepared to what would happen next. And man, this was something. This was something. Every single round, I gotta say that be it M42, be it Reckoning, the players, man, they gave it their all. No matter the mistakes, the performances were certainly there. And the top fraggers, crossing like 18, 19, 20, 25 kills, all that stuff does mean a lot because it shows just how much effort everyone was putting in. And the margin shows that as well, 13-11.
Oof, dude, I feel so bad right now for M42. It must feel gut wrenching,
Yep.
right? From having
I have to
one
agree.
of the best comebacks of the tournament being denied in overtime in map 1, and with overtime being denied in such fashion here in map 2, the stars kind of aligned for Reckoning Esports, didn't it? A lot of these situations, like I said, could go the wayside, dude. And Reckoning Esports, a couple of areas where they themselves could find substantial improvement. It felt, at least in this matchup, that some of the team play was a little disjointed to some extent. And maybe it's due to Venka stepping in as the 6th man. Sometimes you did see Reckoning Esports to some extent overcommit and maybe even overplay their cards. There are instances where Rio, like a solo defender towards that A side, just went out in the open, tried to get a shock dart, but got shot in the way, right? Those are things that you really can't take from other teams. And let's just relive this.
Dude,
It's like...
I'm sorry, Pixels. No.
Oh, God. Valorant. One thing about Valorant is you can never trust the knife unless, even if you're a jet.
Oh, yeah, true.
You can never trust what, if it's not a Vandal, if it's not a Phantom, if it's not even a Sheriff, dude. Most of the times, you need to make your job as easy as it is to make sure you finish it off. You don't give that opportunity. And those are some opportunities. And talk about opportunities. The fact that Deadly even attempted the shot, bruh, this is one hell of a clip. Oof.
This entire best of 3 There are so many clip-worthy moments, even on Ascent. I still remember the final 4K that Deadly got, the way he just flooded the bomb site, flooded B lane in that final round of overtime, securing the win. Man, great stuff. And then we had this. Oh, no time, the spike on a shot, and you can feel for the players. You understand why the mistake was made, but you just have to be like, did it really have to be? And did it really have to pan out in the most heart-wrenching way possible for M42 and for all of their fans? Losing Ascent in overtime 14 to 12, losing on the map of Haven 13 to 11, Reckoning. Man, they will be like, we have dodged, like we have evaded this bullet. But the thing is, for Reckoning, their next matchup will be against Enigma, and it is going to be
God.
as tough, if not tougher, than the one that they face right now. So it's not like Reckoning can really celebrate, unlike unlike like Revenant or Velocity, who are in upper bracket finals, who will really be, be like, oh, we've had an amazing performance so far, but this was an amazing matchup. OG, we started today with like a fairly one-sided best of three. Revenant ended up taking the win. This was the opposite side of the spectrum. The amount of stuff that we saw just in these two maps, in these, what is this, 26, 24, 50 rounds, you don't get to see these in like overall BO5s and all. This was a lot for the players and for all of us to take in as well.
For sure, dude. I think the return to the stream has been the best you could expect, right? The first day
Yep.
we're back on with the action. Not only did we
Mhm.
get an amazing 4 p.m. matchup, watching what was a very contrasting draft into the server on both maps. It was
Yes.
also a very, very close and nail biting affair with our 8 p.m. matchup. Both maps being incredibly close and down at the wire, with either side arguably taking the lead. This, however, was the lower bracket, right? Let's also quickly head into the brackets to paint a picture as to not only what happened today and the past few days, but what could happen for tomorrow and the days to come. M42, a very, very gut wrenching loss, but sadly, this loss shows them the door of the Challenger Series as they join True Rippers to being the teams that are out. And Reckoning Esports, like you said, are going to duke it off against Enigma Gaming, who are on a very, very vicious spree of wins to get back to winning ways, to get back to that upper bracket, and maybe even get revenge on Revenant Esports. Because let's face it, Revenant Esports pulled off one of the biggest upsets in the tournament so far, and they stand the chance
Yes.
to do it yet again, as they will be taking on Velocity Gaming in this upper bracket. If they get that upset, dude, I'll be at a lack of words. And considering both of us are casters, that's an occupational hazard right there.
Right. Ooh, that upset. I mean, Revenant are in excellent position to do it. The thing is, though, they'll be up against Velocity. So a lot to beat them. A lot of matches, the best of five grand finale as well. We still don't know which team or which teams, should I say, will be playing in the finale. I mean, yeah, one can say that VLT are favored to win since they've been performing so well. You never know. You never know what can happen. Not a lot of time remaining. We've got our lower bracket finals as well. We've got upper bracket finals. Make sure you are subscribed to this channel. Make sure you are following the Esports Club on all our socials. Do not miss when the next match goes live and to get a lot of content in esports and a variety of games. But till then, thank you everyone for tuning in to LG Ultragear Presents the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by ZOTAC alongside Crucial. Go down in the description, get yourself some monitors from LG Ultragear to make sure you have the best response time. If you want the most amount of frames, you can get the latest NVIDIA 3000 series graphic cards from ZOTAC Gaming. And obviously, if you want your files to load up as quickly as possible, if you want your PC to boot up as quickly as possible, make sure to get the NVMe SSDs from Crucial. But till then, thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll be seeing you very, very shortly. Till then, take care and bye-bye.